Hi guys, welcome to our coverage of chess.com's Global Chess Championships. We're here to watch Hikaru try to advance to the semifinals today. Yesterday, he had an absolutely scintillating day against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, going to a 4-0 lead. Today, he just needs a draw with white in one game to advance to the semifinals. Welcome, Anna-Maya. What are your thoughts for today?
Thank you, Irina. I'm happy to be here. I'm very excited for this event. It's pretty much one of the biggest events this year. I thought yesterday was absolutely wild. Hikaru crushing it 4-0. The final game, including a bomb cloud. I mean, what more can we ask for, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, especially bomb cloud, not from Hikaru, but from his opponents. It's even better. So
yeah, it was beautiful.
Yeah, so Hikaru wasn't that impressed with that meme opening choice by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And today, Duda is back to his more usual openings. He goes for the French. Yeah, I guess that is one of the more combative openings in his repertoire. Yesterday, we had a couple of games where he tried E5. Neither of those worked out. So today, he switches it up. And Hikaru is going for, well, he's allowing the winnower, but Jan-Krzysztof is going for the system, which I think it's been tried by like Radjabov in recent years. It's an old system. Like, it's actually something that a fellow teacher of mine, she was teaching her students to play this. She's a well-known teacher. And I remember like going to the school where she was teaching, seeing like their sort of repertoire. And this was what she was recommending. And I guess the idea was, it was quite simple for children to understand, like, oh, you got a bad bishop pointing into a pawn, try to trade him off. So I guess this opening is understandable, not only, at the grandmaster level.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting to see Duda going for the French. It makes me partially a bit happy to see, but yeah, bring the bishop out is indeed a good idea. But yeah, I'm curious to see if he's going to move his bishop elsewhere, if he's gonna keep it on c6, because typically you want to play c5 at some point, right?
Right. Actually, this is kind of a big choice already here, like, because bishop d3 is not the only move, and there's other treatments of this position which don't allow the bishop to take the knight at all. So you could go knight here or even knight there, using the principle that you don't want to allow any piece trades when you have a space advantage, because you do have that space advantage coming from those two pawns. So Hikaru goes here, so he just goes for development. Well, all he's got to do is not lose. And honestly, if that's your goal, like, it's not like you're very afraid of your opponent trading off his bishop, right? So I think it's a perfectly good move for this situation. And yeah, you see, he's not avoiding piece trades, which is interesting. You see, like, if from a maximalist point of view, you probably want to keep this knight on the board, right? Again, just, yes, losing a tempo, but, setting up something like that with c4, just waiting for black to finally trade off that bishop. But Hikaru goes for the trade, because I think that's just what his situation today is telling him to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty standard setup for black. So sometimes the bishop stays on c8 and you push c5, but here the bishop is out already. And typically black is aiming for an equal position here, and you can easily get it. But it begs the question, will Duda be able to create some play here? Because, I mean, Hikaru is more than confident, more than happy to take the draw, right? So yeah, let's see if Duda can create some play here. But for now, it's looking good for Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, okay, this is we're a little bit in an unfamiliar territory. Hikaru is actually a couple of minutes down on the clock, which normally has not been. So Duda is definitely playing confidently, Hikaru less so. I feel like maybe things are obviously still totally fine. But, when you don't choose the maximalist approach in chess and you do make things easier for the opponent, which this trade like undoubtedly did, right? It brought out the queen, then you had a problem with the knight. By the way, we should note that you can't really trap the queen with that move because of bishop takes f3, and then that bishop is going to hang. So then he goes bishop e2. Like, yeah, you're kind of forced to do that, but is that really optimal from white's point of view? I mean, I definitely think not. And black has But black still doesn't have these breaks. So he goes there because he wants to get that break at some point. And yeah, I mean, I think black actually gets an equal game. I don't think this is basically the dream for these positions, right? You traded off one set of pieces. You don't really have any trouble. And I think Hikaru needs to be kind of careful playing like that because he's playing slower and he's chosen to not be super ambitious. And sometimes that just backfires on you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the black pieces, if you can get this position in the French, you're more than happy to go for it. It looks really good. You have a lot of play. C5 can come here any moment. And this knight on G5 feels a little bit misplaced. It can be kicked out of there any moment by the move H6. So yeah, it's definitely looking good for Duda. Let's see what Hikaru manages to do here as he plays bishop d3. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I think Hikaru is showing us that he is, just all in for that draw with the white pieces. Well, what can I say? I feel like my experience tells me that's a dangerous way to play when you need a draw, to play for a draw with whites. And, Duda has nothing to lose, right? So he's just going to play, I think, without any real pressure. He's playing quickly. And I just think, Hikaru's strategy, the thing is, like, he's a really good rapid blitz player. He can obviously defend bad positions. The position has not gotten bad, of course, but the idea that he's just giving Duda this, like, very comfortable game and, like, not putting any pressure on him with whites, I think is not an optimal strategy, but is it good enough to make a draw? Well, it certainly might be because we're still like doing fine. It's just that we're not doing much, unfortunately. Like when black goes here and you think about like, what does white have? And he actually did go C6. It's just a very comfortable position. You don't have obvious pawn breaks here. This bishop, I can see I can see the queen going back, knight of 6 happening. Maybe F5 happening at some point.
Right.
I just don't really see the problem for black. And that's not really where you want to put your opponent. I mean, at any point, like no matter what the situation is, like you want your opponent to have problems on the board. And right now, Duda is feeling, I think, all too comfortable.
Absolutely. I mean, I really like what Hikaru is doing here, developing the pieces. The bishop on e4 looks strong, but at the same time a bit odd, I would say. And as you mentioned, it can always be attacked and then it has to leave the square on e4 again. So yeah, we have to see what happens in the next couple of moves. I mean, for now the position is equal, but I do like black's chances because their position is very easy to play. I do have to note you prefer to play a move like c5 at some point, and that is pretty much what Hikaru is trying to prevent here. And if black doesn't really go for a pawn break like c5 or e5, I'm not sure where the initiative will come from then.
Yeah, I was thinking about this move for black. Like Duda played rook fe8. I was thinking this one because it also threatens things like knight f6, and then you start having problems with these pieces. So then basically white would need to already be thinking about how to deal with that. And plus, it also supports like the c5 move. But okay, Duda played rook fe8. Do I understand that move? Only in a very vague kind of way. I don't really get it, like why the rook needs to go there. I mean, because is he trying to go for this break?
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, e5, perhaps that could be met by d5 or c5 first. So yeah, you have to be precise here, and committing to e5 this quickly might backfire.
Yeah, I guess it is about e5, right? Because I mean, he could have even played e5 on the previous move. It's not terribly bad, but the reason he didn't, I guess, is that this bishop is not hanging yet. And also I can definitely see white trying to play d5. And in fact, I would certainly think about d5 here this turn as well for white. But Duda plays rook e8. So yeah, chess is all about reading the clues from your opponent's moves, guys. And this move is telling us that even though there were other ideas in the position, he seems to be interested in this move. And Hikaru goes bishop d2. So, wow, the computer really doesn't like this move Let's try to figure out why. Well, I mean, you know, I'm always so concerned when I see someone playing passively. Can I make that point more strongly? And I don't know if I'm getting through with that, guys.
The thing is that Hikaru has moved the bishops around a lot. First, the light squared bishop went to d3, e2, then back to d3, e4. And now the other bishop goes back to d2. I'm guessing the idea is to play bishop b4, simply trade off this bishop and make a pawn break a bit harder to play for Duda. But I have to say that a move like e5 looks a bit more interesting now, as it's not clear what this bishop on d2 will be doing after that.
Yeah, so he basically just goes with his regular plan, and now that he has to watch out for c5 square. So d5 is definitely, like, you definitely don't have ideas of c5 and then d5 because his pawn is just going to hang. So at this point, what are we threatening? Well, we're just threatening to take a pawn for free. So white needs to respond. And if Hikaru is probably counting on massive trades, but I'm a little worried about that pawn in his position. Now black has a big choice. Yeah, he cannot take with the queen, unfortunately. There's a discovery. Yeah. So he can go there. Now this poor bishop can't really go to c3. Well, I mean, maybe it can, but it's obviously just taking on doubled pawns, and it's quite ugly to have to do that. Yeah, right. I'm actually like super concerned about how things are going here. I mean, I don't like the idea of playing something like this. If this is the best that Hikaru is going to get, well, I mean, you can lose an endgame like that. Your pawn structure is that compromised. So I would not be happy. Yeah, so hopefully we're going to see Zartharus, like a similar progression of Hikaru's position to something a little bit better than this, a little crazier, because yeah, you know, it's interesting because in a way I can tell you guys, I can see a scenario where white loses this, and that might really wake Hikaru up. You know, sometimes you need a wake-up call because you're like, oh, I'm so close to finishing the match and I've got white, I'm going to play the most solid possible way, right? Yeah, but it's just a little too solid. Like, I just think you gotta, like, if your opponent plays an opening like this this bishop d7 line of the French, it's hardly the most, you know, principled line, right, for black. I mean, you got to make some problems for him. You can't just, like, you know, shuffle your pieces around without a clear plan and give your opponent everything he wants, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. And yeah, the dangerous part is that when you know you're about to win the match and you only need to make a draw, I think that's even harder than, what he was able to do yesterday, because you're in a very comfortable position, and this is where things can go wrong. So it's all about holding on to that mantle of just considering it as any other game, pretend like it's the very first game. So what actually happened? So they took on e5. Yeah, it's just looking very dangerous. Like, the position, the pawn structure feels symmetrical, but for some reason, black is on the upper hand because their activity is just so much better. And it's very clear, like, there's so many targets, the b2 pawn, h2 pawn, they're simply able to be attacked very easily. And that might be a bit rough to deal with.
Yeah, and can I say, well, Youngfish says it's a typical Hikaru game. Well, not on the clock, though, right?
Yeah.
Not on the clock. On the clock, we are in, first of all, we got a really bad position on the board. We got twice less time on the clock. I mean, it's actually going in the worst possible way. And I think, Duda having, an extra 5-6 minutes, that's kind of what he needs against Hikaru when things get low on time. So now, okay, let's figure out how he's supposed to be doing really well on the board. Like, why did the engine really not like this move? Okay, and knight takes, we're just gonna take, he took like that. Okay, he's losing a pawn after queen h4. Maybe this is Duda's plan. Yeah, it is. So it wasn't apparently the absolutely strongest way to play, but it does win him like a clean pawn.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, what the best way to play was some move like that. Now that is definitely a bit of a mysterious move, right? Like, choosing not to take material. Yeah, not to take material. And then I guess what's the idea? Is it that we just want to, like, let's say, pile up like on this d3 square? It's pretty tricky, right? Like, I mean, I can see why Duda didn't play that. Like, that's very computerish. So he went for something like, he's like, oh, I see a pawn, I'm just going to take it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there he goes. So now it's all about his technique.
Yeah, I mean, Duda doesn't have any weaknesses in his position. All the pawns are very safe. His bishop on d6 is pretty good. I mean, I would say Hikaru is trying to make the bishop look bad because it's now looking at the pawns on the dark squares that are defended. So this bishop may not be able to do so much, but f2 will always be a target, I think. And yeah, at the same time, I would say Hikaru can maybe create some play by putting the bishop on c3, attacking the pawn g7 somehow. I'm not sure how just yet because I want to play queen g4, which I can't just now. But this would be an idea in the near future, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. Bishop c3 would be nice, which is probably why Duda wants to consider maybe himself playing there. And he just does it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Stopping this activity. And the bishop is actually going to be pretty good, I think, on this diagonal. So now, okay, a7 will probably be going to a6. Pawns on light squares on the opposite color of the bishop you have is a good strategy. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru's position is solid, but he's down a pawn, right? So black is just going to be trying to trade. I think black will be happy to keep the bishops on the board, given like how many white pawns are in dark squares. I don't think he wants to steer away from a bishop endgame. So I see him definitely like having the bishop somewhere there if needed, trying to get the rook there, maybe going for some sort of queen trades at some point. Also, this is a nice looking square for the queen. Actually, why not just sink her in on b3 and just paralyze white's rook completely?
Yeah. What would you say are the drawing chances? I mean, when we see Hikaru being down a pawn, I would say it's over just yet, but what are the drawing chances at this level when you're down a pawn?
Well,
Like
I think Hikaru's chances to draw this game, let's see, if I had to say, with the time situation, so I can factor that in, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's becoming a smaller difference.
It is. I would say, I mean, his drawing chances, I would still give him like quite high. Like, okay, I'm going to give him like 40%. I think that's very high. And that's because it's Hikaru.
I love that.
Yeah. Otherwise, his situation is not very good. Like if trust me, I would give him better winning chances if he was on the black side of this, you know?
Yeah, like 95%.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's still a lot of play in the position. His pieces are not inactive. So I think that also helps with his chances, right? Like if his pieces were very inactive, yeah, that would be really difficult.
Yeah, I don't know about that g6 move. Yeah, I don't really get why he like weakens that pawn. And now he can't like attack the queen. So I feel like, okay, again, this is where you get your chances when your opponent kind of unnecessarily played that move. Like I personally like bishop f6. Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not blundering this. I'm not, right?
Maybe it's fine. You can always take on b2.
Exactly. Well, fortunately, I get like an even more important pawn, so things are still fine. But the idea is, you know, now if you go there, there's just rook e7, so it's not a problem. G6 is a little bit weakening. Let's see how it goes. I mean, now Duda is also taking his time, right, as he realizes he's allowed some tricks. And let's say bishop here. What's our move? It could be something like bishop a7,
yeah.
Actually. You know, this is like, look at that, like this or that, guys. And suddenly this pawn comes under attack and things are not so bad, right? That's how you get your chances. Yeah. Well,
activity. That's all the, you know, I mean, material is important, but then activity is another very important point.
Yeah. So queen d7. Okay. What can Duda do? So he can go there, giving us that pawn. Now, I don't know, that feels like a real concession. The computer is still liking black, but, you know, having lost that pawn, I definitely think Hikaru's chances of drawing are going up. I mean, There are some moves like this where you can try to get rid of the queen and take that pawn, which actually does look pretty good. Although you're stepping into a pin, you got to be a little careful, but there's nothing too deadly. I mean, my dream is to get my bishop there, I guess, but it's probably... then you got to take, and then find some square for your rook. Thankfully, you have that square for the king. Yeah, well, black is still better, but honestly, it's just, well, yeah, it's just not that obvious. Like, look at these lines. This is already like, okay, checkmate is on the board. You have to, you know, play that. Like, yeah, there's no way that's going to feel safe to Duda. Like, that just looks like something you want to avoid. So I don't know. Like, once you lose that pawn, I do feel like it gets kind of tricky for black. And does he have a way to save the pawn? Well, not if he wants to, avoid like this whole bishop a7 idea.
Yeah, I guess you have to decide, do you want to give up the b7 pawn or the h6 pawn? And I think the answer is really simple. You want to hold on to that b7 pawn. Otherwise, the pawn structure simply collapses on the queen side. So I have a feeling he will sacrifice the pawn at h6. But obviously, this means that, I mean, Hikaru is simply winning a pawn. And it seems like Duda misplayed this. And that's how it goes to show. It's so easy to misplay a position. You're up a pawn, but when your opponent does some tricky things, you have to be really precise. And yeah, now Hikaru's actually ahead on the clock.
Yeah, no, I mean, with turnarounds, I mean, I felt comfortable with Duda when he had like 5 or 6 minute advantage on Hikaru on the clock. I mean, when he's under Hikaru on the clock, we saw him, you know, have trouble winning, like way more winning position than this yesterday. You don't want to get anywhere close to that, but now like we're heading into that territory. So yeah, I agree, guys. We did just see like something quite critical happen on the board, and it's, you know, I'm feeling pretty positive about Hikaru's drawing chances, but we are seeing queen b3. That's the move we looked at.
Yeah, so I'm guessing Hikaru will now take on h6. I mean, the b2 pawn feels like it's gonna be lost very soon, but white has so much counterplay for this, and yeah, as you said earlier, black will be stepping in a pin if they take on b2. So yeah, a lot of complications still, even though it looks like a very solid position.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was that, yeah, the queen was protecting this pawn. So we looked at all of this. This is literally our analysis. And now we looked at bishop b2. So now Duda apparently has got to take the plunge and take that pawn. And he didn't. He did not take the plunge to win the pawn. He went c5. Okay, well, positionally, I can understand that move, like you're getting ready to use your pawn majority, but obviously it's not a very materialistic move. And okay, now he has to think about where to move the rook, because, you know, if you move it to a bad square, you're going to get hit with bishop f6, your other rook will hang. So he's got to, okay, where's this queen going to go, Anamai? Maybe queen...
The f4?
Yeah, there's bishop f4, which is apparently the best. Queen e2 is a move. Oh, he goes, wow, interesting. Like, this move was actually available. Of course, it's really weird to walk into the pin.
Yeah, I guess there's another pin on the board too.
Yeah, but then you're threatening to like move out of the pin. So it actually was possible, but Hikaru pretty quickly played queen h3. I guess he just wants to keep the initiative on the clock.
You're actually threatening something. Yeah, bishop f6. I mean, I was thinking rook takes e5 first, but same idea. Actually, rook takes e5. Yeah, that works too, even though... But then in late rank, queen c8. Yeah, the realization started to come in.
And hold on. Why does, there's rook d1, because actually we're close to making this work, but it doesn't work, does it? Because probably there's this, and there's that annoying check. Otherwise, white would be winning. But that check actually changes everything, because white's king is the one that gets hunted down like that, and white never delivers the checkmate because white just gets checkmated themselves. So unfortunately, Hikaru cannot do that tactic just yet. Let's see what he's going to come up with.
Yeah, rook a6 is a good move played by Duda. making sure the rook is defended on the e-file, so no more danger for that bishop and rook on the e-file. Rook on d4 is very active. This queen on h3 looks a little bit odd now. I mean, it's really hard to see what you can, what the next trick is that you can create here. Yeah, for some reason, I feel like playing f4. Like, I would personally play f4. I mean, I know I'm weakening my king so much.
Gotta be careful. Yeah. I gotta be careful with that poor king over here. But yeah, you know, the thing is, Hikaru, he plays the relatively best move. Yeah, I think Hikaru missed a big chance, by the way, guys. Bishop f4 was really a big move. And then on rook e6, then, whoa, look at that. We take, we got the key check to get out of the pin, and we actually win. So, I mean, Hikaru really had like a much stronger move than queen h3. Queen h3 was a bit unfortunate. And you see, sometimes you play quickly, guys, but then when your opponent answers with a good move, then you're back to burning your time. So Hikaru actually used a lot of time right now after rook e6. Maybe he should have used that time right here instead of playing queen h3 instantly. Should have been like, maybe that pin actually makes sense. But now he spent a lot of time. He played bishop e3, which just tries to keep everything the same, right? He doesn't have any particular threats. He's just down a pawn for now. Duda is trying to make progress with the c pawn, but he keeps ignoring this bishop f4 idea.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he's ignoring it, especially after bishop f4. There's still rook d4. I mean, okay, we calculated that's not working anymore for black, but it does feel a little bit scary. So I understand that he just doesn't want to run into this pin. But yeah, bishop f4 is actually possible now. Oh, rook d1.
Rook d3, I don't know. I wouldn't want to let my opponent play rook d3. I don't know. That doesn't feel like the right thing. Okay, there's also other moves, but I suppose, yeah, you see kind of like instinctively everyone's like, oh, I can get a pass pawn here. Looks pretty good. Now, Hikaru does create some play. This is where he gets dangerous, guys. This is where the moment I see Hikaru getting some active pieces, I'm like, okay, that's a problem. And it's funny because Duda really did the natural move, like my first instinct, right? But it might not be the best move. He probably should have kept control of the open file and not let white's rook get there. Of course, that opens up a check, but that's not so dangerous, right? So he went for rook d3, but now Hikaru gets an open file, and his bishop is still holding the d2 pawn. So now he's got to basically trade and then invade with his queen like this. Trying to set up some threats to win the bishop, trying to set up some bishop h6 ideas. Yeah, he cannot really avoid the rook trade. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit terrifying from white's perspective because the b2 pawn is still hanging. Like for the past 10 moves, it was, for free. And especially now that the pieces are traded off, it's very clear that this pawn will be captured soon.
I'll tell you why he didn't go for the rook trade, guys, because actually when I was saying like he's got to do it, but that depends on his proper evaluation, I think, of a move like that. This is the type of move that makes you just discard the line. You're like, well, my opponent's queen is excellent. Like this no longer wins a bishop. And they want to promote the pawn. And this doesn't look very good. So you really have to look deeply into this line, guys, to understand that white is actually not losing. White is actually totally fine. They're going to move their king in. These double pawns are not a big deal. That's the kind of thing he would have needed to see, right? But it's not so obvious. So actually he goes rook b1, which is like super sad to just leave the open file. That couldn't have been anyone's plan. And after queen c2, okay, he's definitely now kind of backpedaling, and it's not looking that great, right?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that he evaluated the position in such a way that it doesn't favor him. He wants to keep the pieces on the board. The more pieces are on the board, the more pieces you can attack this pawn d3 with. Now, if you keep the bishops only on the board, it will be very hard to deal with this pawn d3. So it makes sense that he's going for this, and he's trying to create some counterplay as he plays queen d7. Again, preparing some lines with bishop h6 or bishop d4 and giving a check on the 8th rank.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, as long as this rook is passive, white is definitely in bad shape. I mean, you're you have no active play. You're losing all your pawns, but he's trying to open up this king. It's definitely not over. I mean, Duda's under a minute. He needs to get him at like 20 seconds. I'm not convinced that he's going to lose, even though he's facing a really uphill battle. Like, who knows? He might go king G2, rook H1, right? He took. Wow. Is there some sort of perpetual with queen D8? And I don't know, what is Duda hoping for? Because this bishop is capable of attacking from a lot of different directions. Like, because maybe he missed bishop D4. Maybe he just, I don't even know what he missed.
I think he's aiming for rook G6, but now there's rook C1 in the position.
Wow.
So I think he missed that.
Could, like, defend like that. Oh no!
Oh, Hikaru missed it as well.
Yeah, Hikaru somehow also making uncharacteristic mistakes. Okay.
Yeah, I guess they simply could not believe that a move like rook C1 was in the position.
Yeah. And now, okay, black actually can just try to trade the queens and count on these pawns to win. At some point it just gets technical. Oops, yeah, he played that move. At some point, like even a great player runs out of pawns, right? So, all right, guys, he's got him under 20 seconds now. This is where he's got to weave some magic. I still think it can happen. I don't have any confidence in anyone who's got like 12 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how both players completely missed this rook C1 move. So anything can happen even right now. Yeah,
maybe rook C1. I don't know what. Couldn't he do that? Like at least threaten something. It kind of looked nice, but all right. Queen E7. He's trying to keep the rook under attack, trying to make it hard for the pawn. Maybe king G2 somewhere. King G2.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I would like that too. It might lose that bishop. Like I kind of like that. It looks really tempting, but there is this little problem where you give the check, but they just hide. Hikaru needs to. Yeah, he actually played king G2. Oh man, but there's no win. There's no like win against this king.
He cannot check the king, queen D6, rook E6, and he resigned.
Wow.
What a game.
Wow. All right, guys. Okay. I know you guys are speculating that Hikaru is, wanting to stretch out this match to have longer content for you guys. Yeah, well, what can I say? I did give you a little heads up. This could not end well. And that just comes from, kind of experience, guys. When you play for a draw in chess instead of, just playing chess, right? It can backfire like this, and of course, he had his chances and he could have made the draw, but overall he handed the initiative over to Duda in this game. And even Duda didn't play perfectly, but somehow it was still enough, right? So I think Hikaru just needs to switch up his approach and go back to just playing regular games and not trying to end the game and through trading too many pieces.
Yeah, I'm joining the he's throwing for content train. I think he just wants to have at least 2 games in. So we will see another game between those two soon-ish. Yeah. But as soon as Hikaru draws 1 game, the match is over. So all he needs is a draw. So Duda has basically 3 more chances, and then he needs to if there's a tie, there's an Armageddon. So you'll need to knock down Hikaru
he
many
also
more
lost
times.
some rating by doing that, which is unfortunate because we talked yesterday that he was only a couple of points behind Magnus in the rapid ratings. I can tell you guys, I know this did not happen for content. I can just tell because this is the kind of thing that really happens when you just want to end the game and you want to play very solid, not have any fireworks at all. But that's the drawback of playing like that, when you don't put pressure on the opponent and then somehow you start getting problems and you can't solve them all, right? That's really what happens in this game. I mean, you just let Duda play too comfortably. You got to put more pressure on the opponent, even when all you need is a draw. That's the lesson.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, I'm sure it's not like, Hikaru doesn't know that, but we all, fall for this trap sometimes, playing overly solid when all we need is a draw. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think that it's possible for him not to get a draw in the next couple of games.
Yeah.
But I do think, it just shows you like what Duda did yesterday was kind of crazy, right? He was behind 3-0. He could have played a normal game with the white pieces. If he would have won, it would have been 3-1. Then maybe you win again, it's 3-2. You could actually make it a competitive match, but he put himself into such a hole that it's just impossible to come back from. Like, even if he wins, he won this game, but it's not going to make a difference in this match.
Right. Yeah. Did you know that they changed the ratings? So yesterday, I think 2700 chess.com showed that Hikaru won 40 points, but they adjusted the rapid rating regulations recently. So they had to adjust that as well. So yesterday he won 20 points apparently instead of 40.
Oh, let's go back to So versus Andreken.
Oh, what's
Leslie
going on?
So has a winning position and totally winning on the clock. His opponent has a couple of seconds and he's just promoting that pawn. So I guess we tuned in at a moment when everything is pretty clear. Yeah, that's over. And now we're going to go. Giri's game is already done. So, wow, did Giri just win? I think he did. Wow, so he is taking the lead in his match against Radjabov. I guess we can take a quick look.
Okay, let's have a look.
Head to Sevian versus Nihal. So he's taking a 2-point lead against Radjabov. Like, I thought this match would be close. I still think, Radjabov's got chances, but, only 3 games left. Beating Giri twice is not going to be easy. So, okay, there's a lot of maneuvering here, guys, as is typical for these openings. I don't know.
It's
but it seems good for white.
Because I believe when they played yesterday, both games were a Sicilian. So it's interesting to see that Radjabov switched to e5 on the first move.
Oh, was he playing? He was playing the Sicilian yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So he's just switched to a worse opening. Well, that's a bad idea. I'm sorry, guys. If you're going to switch from the Sicilian to e5 and you lose, that's one moment where I'm not going to have any compassion. All right, g5, pawn takes. So what's going on here?
How is it so bad?
Well, I think it's bad because, this is a horrible weak square. Also, I can kick out your bishop. Your rook is also kind of not coordinating with the rest of your pieces.
Wow.
So, yeah, he just goes after the king. But obviously, there's a lot of moves that he could do. Like b5 is always a possibility. Yeah, like that rook is actually not really working together with anybody at the moment. And he loses everything on the king side, yeah?
That's crazy. Right. I mean, I have never seen it gone so wrong in the Roy Lopez.
Wow. Oh, let's look at that final move. Is he going to win the queen? I guess there's
wow,
the queen,
bishop
guys.
f5
is so dominating that he's literally going to get that back rank mate and going to make black give up the queen and he'll win the knight in the end. So that's pretty much over. It almost sounds like Irina is biased in favor of the Sicilian. Yeah, it almost is like that, guys. I mean, I feel like if you play the Sicilian, and especially in rapid, I mean, it's a fun opening, right? So it feels a little sad when you give up like a fun opening like that, and in order to play Petrovs and Berlins, and so I mean, it is one thing in chess that I'm very biased in favor of, the Sicilian. But yeah, I mean, do you see, guys, when you lose like this, it's like, wouldn't you have rather just played the Sicilian and taken your chances there? Because where were black chances in this game? I don't know. I didn't see them.
Right. It was completely destroyed by Anish there.
Okay, now we're on to an interesting game. Sevian versus Nihal. Sevian's leading by 1, guys. And I think he was, there was some interesting stuff going on. Oh, wow. Like earlier, like around here. Ooh, tactics.
Ooh. With the king on f1. Ugh.
Yeah, thankfully the rook covers that square. So, okay, let's just take stock. We got 6 pawns for white, 5 for black. Both kings are interestingly placed, bishops of opposite color. Okay, he loses a pawn. Okay. Oh, he wins it back. Okay, black is like, I think black is a little better. I feel like this rook is better than that rook. And otherwise, they're kind of similar.
Yeah, but how do you actually make use of the rook here? Because the king is surprisingly enough safe on f1, and it's really hard to see how black can like infiltrate in white's position.
Yeah, and also, I mean, also this pawn is a bit under pressure. If you take it, let's say you take that pawn, how do we put pressure on white's position? That's
Is there any possibility of sacrificing on d3?
Yeah, that might be a very big possibility. And then you go queen b1, and then king e2, and then, I don't know, rook down to the first rank. That seems like a lot of fun, guys. Let's take a look. So queen goes. Okay, wow, okay. You're gonna be so shocked at this move. I'm gonna show it to you a little bit later, all right? Because no one's gonna find it. Like, don't think anyone's gonna be playing this move in this game. Like, that's just crazy, right?
Last time I checked, there was a pawn on f2 covering that square.
And amazing that you're like threatening this bishop using the pin. I mean, that's just pretty insane. But I mean, the move that we were looking at on Amaya was something a little bit more human-like. Rook takes bishop, and then coming in like that. And then I was thinking we can just go rook here. I mean, it does look, I don't know, it looks dangerous. Maybe we're not making like very big threats. And unfortunately, you can trade the rooks off, and then white is simply up in exchange. Okay, but it was interesting.
Unfortunate.
And he goes bishop e2. Terrible move, apparently, leading to checkmate. Whoa. Well, that's even worse than everything we were looking at, because he just let the rook in for free. Oh, poor Sevion.
Wow.
Oh, no. Oh, no, it's resign time.
Wow.
Well, that was bad. That was like, he still had a couple of minutes on Amaya. He had like, he had like almost 4 minutes, and then he played, he thought forever just to get himself mated. Bishop e2? Like, yeah,
I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, I'm not sure what he missed, but he definitely underestimated black's attack here.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's shocking. No, it really is, because actually, when you go bishop e2, right, like, the trade, you're inviting the trade. So the trade's going to happen. You can feel that your king is getting weaker. You've left the diagonal, so there's only one check, and chess players are trained to look at checks. So you can't go back because of queen b1 and you're mated. So it's like, what are you missing, though? Like, none of these moves were difficult for black. Like, you really just gave the game away. That is really a strange blunder to make with the amount of, like, if he had like 2 seconds or 10 seconds, I would understand that. But like 350 and thinking for like a minute 20 and still just blundering away the game in such an obvious way is like, it's not a good sign. Like, I do think the position is difficult, but like, again, like if you take the pawn, right? Like, I mean, at least make your opponent find some special moves, right?
I don't think that, I mean, maybe that would have been played, but that would have been insane.
It's a beautiful move. I mean, it's not like difficult, conceptually to see, oh, like there's a pin, but still it's like an unusual move. So it's very possible to miss something like that. And I mean, okay, white can like move the bishop away, but black always will like take that pawn with some attack coming in from that side. And this rook, as we said, is actually terrible, right? That's the whole problem for white. So what could white have done? Like, that would have been better. Because again, like, if white just plays like a regular move like that, they're going to lose this pawn. And I can definitely see, like, why you don't just want to be losing that pawn. And obviously it feels like black has an extra pawn because these don't really count. So I mean, he wants to do something better than that, but what can be better than that? There's nothing that really avoids the loss of that pawn. There is a4. Dangerous looking move. Yeah,
it's really hard to see here what to do with white. I mean, the pawn structure is just not optimal. The king situation is not optimal. I mean, I would say black's king is much safer. And with this pin on the d file, it makes things even harder. So yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, can I just say on Amaya how much I hate this rook?
Yes, I agree with you.
Because guys, like, you're not supposed to have bad pieces when you play chess. And I mean, this is the difference. This is why, even though the kings are the same, The rooks are like kind of similar. Well, that's the difference in the position. That the black rook is way better, and that's what's giving black the attack, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely harder to play as white, no doubt. No doubt that it's harder, but it could have been, you know, possible to hang in here. I mean, he hasn't lost any material yet. We still have bishops of opposite color. You can't even take the pawn because I'm going to launch my attack.
Yeah, I guess what makes this harder is that white is supposed to defend the pawn on h4, and the white is actually not attacking the pawn on h5. But like this, it actually works out because the queen b5 check move was not in the position anymore. It's covered.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like black, it definitely doesn't feel like things are that clear here. Like black could be a bit better, but of course the rook has a lot of power, but you have to ensure that your king's not going to get mated. It did look a little scary for black. I mean, Sevian just could have kept it going for sure. Like I definitely understand his position is unpleasant to play, but you don't have to lose this position right away. Like you're still up a pawn and still pretty simplified. So, yeah, guys, that was a bit of a shocker that we just witnessed there with Sevian giving away that game. And what was the opening of this game? Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's see. So, yeah, Niall is known for playing really solid openings, but here he seems to play way more aggressively than I've known him for.
Wow, is that a move? It's like in all these openings, guys, this b5 move is becoming a line, and so many lines. Like it used to be like, oh, bishop b4, oops, just automatic, right? But like now it's this. I think no, this is a line. That's right. I think even Tatev, one of my usual opponents at the U.S. Women's Championship, I think this is something that she plays. It's starting to look familiar. Yeah, that's right. And starting to look like a line from the Queen's Gambit accepted, very much like that, right? So this has become popular recently. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty sharp, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, 3, 6, 7 pawns are the same. Obviously, big imbalance in the pawn structure. Black having doubled pawns, but also that nice outpost square for the knight. White's pawn structure is better, but he's got the backwards pawn and no control over d5. So that's like, that is the balance here.
Apparently, this is the line Hikaru used to beat Magnus twice, according to Bensborough.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so it's become that popular, yeah? All right. h6. Rook h3. So Sevian seemed to be doing quite well. Actually, let's talk about this for a second, guys, because it's quite instructive. He obviously could have castled. Wouldn't have been a bad move at all. But he goes for a more ambitious approach, right? Which is based on lifting this rook over. It's quite a nice move, right? Like you can also go h5, h6, create some weaknesses. It's a very ambitious move. I like it. And it seems to pay some dividends because now black castles, he's certainly going to be getting attacked right after rook g3. Like we're very close to just sacking on h6. Like even here, like we can already sack. Maybe we can't win, but we can definitely sack. And this is
I love it.
Yeah, typical line where you attack this pawn, but they have just enough resources to defend it with a king, and you can't win yet. You can only
considering the match situation. I mean, Sevian was a point ahead. He may just have gone for this.
Yeah, you know, I think he, like, given his aggressive play, he probably would have tried to do more. But it certainly would have been, you know, in hindsight, it would obviously be better than what he got in the game. So knight d5, all right, interesting move. Bishop d2, like so far, all looking pretty good. He got even an extra pawn. Okay. So basically, white's just up a pawn now. How is this not great for white? This just looks amazing. Like this looks like the position we wanted, except this pawn is gone. And apparently this was even a big mistake, knight b6. Like he should have traded. And after queen c3, castled. But still, I don't really, I mean, okay, the compensation here is coming from the 2 bishops and from the fact that white's not castled.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I mean, the pair of bishops are not doing so much either. I mean, the only good piece is the bishop on b7. So it's not a lot of compensation either for black.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why he didn't really see the compensation immediately here, but still, you know, because white's king is actually not able to castle, and there's probably not like a huge attack anymore on black's king. So there's some compensation, but he goes knight b6. And okay, whoa, Sam, huh? Doubled pawns. I mean, you could have just played it safe with the rook. I mean, this pawn is taboo. So I mean, he didn't want to give up h4. I get it. Yeah, but it's still like a very safe position for white, you know, like super safe. So he goes there. Yeah, that move is very risky.
Yeah, that's a permanent weakness.
Exactly. And it also cuts the rook out. So I think this move, even though it's not like terrible, but it's definitely very double-edged. And you know, we got bishops of opposite colors, so the extra pawn doesn't matter that much. And when your extra pawn is like that, it doesn't, you know, matter at all. I think it was a really bad practical decision, guys, actually. Practically speaking, not from the point of view of the computer, but it's actually, that's really what happens, that it just became harder and harder for him to play. And yeah, like the game never went in the right direction after that. So now already you guys know what happened here, but wow. I mean, Sevian showing a lot of confidence with this move, but sometimes you need to play a little more conservative, right? Like give up the H pawn. Let's say, you know, make sure your king can be safe somewhere on G1. Then, you know, the game continues. I mean, sure, like maybe the advantage, you know, maybe it's comparable to the other line, but it's so much safer.
Yeah, I mean, now at least your pawns are not weak and your rook is out, not stuck on H file on H2 specifically. So there's so much more play in this position for white. Whereas with the doubled pawns and the pawn H4, the rook was stuck. It's really hard to see what white's plan actually was.
Yeah. And I mean, rook H3, maybe even sacking on H6 at some point. Like I'm thinking like this, and if you go back, like, isn't this kind of stuff like, well, it's maybe it's not happening yet because you'll have F5. I really wanted to make this attack work for whites, but yeah, it almost works. It almost is perfect, but you do have this one move, and then I can give perpetual. Okay, I'm just saying, guys, that this is it seems like a key moment in the game, and I really think his sense of danger let him down with that move. It's a little too ambitious. I mean, it's good from a young player, guys, to be ambitious. He didn't even want to give back that one pawn. But then you saw how he already started like shedding the D pawn pretty quickly because he realized he didn't know, you know, it wasn't obvious what to do here. So Anna Maya, I guess we're going to take a break. We're going to have a very short break, guys. We're going to see, you know, if Hikaru is going to be able to bring back his A game, and was this loss with the white pieces a wake-up call for him? We'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see it after the break, guys. See you in a bit.
Hey guys, we're back for the second round of the day of chess.com's Global Chess Championships. Hikaru needs a draw in this game to move on. He had a pretty disappointing loss with the white pieces in the first game of the day. I am here with Anna Maya. And yeah, this is the quarterfinals of the chess.com Global Chess Championships.
Yes, Irina, very exciting. We had a very interesting game, the first game today between Duda and Hikaru, as Duda made an interesting opening choice and clearly it paid off. But what are we seeing now in game 2 of today?
Well, we're seeing some kind of a Catalan where Hikaru is playing very quickly. Maybe that is more of his candidate's prep. He played a line where he loses a pawn. He seems very confident that he can make a draw here. I don't know why, Anamaya. To me, it looks like white just has an extra pawn.
Yeah, but to be fair, how are you going to push this pawn ahead? It seems like this bishop on d5 is just blocking the pawns permanently.
Yeah, it's blocking the pawns. And I guess the question is, I mean, does black want to trade or not? That's one question. Or does he think overall this pawn is a better pawn than that pawn, doesn't want to trade? So yeah, of course, it's not easy for white to win because the pawns are on one side of the board and the position is simplified. And okay, black here can play rook d8, can play h6. For example, something like that. What are we threatening? Well, in general, we just want to go rook d8. We want to put some pressure here. And Hikaru does go for h6. So we might be seeing this position on the board. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy for white to win. That's basically the point. It's not easy for him to even hold on to this pawn because if he goes e3, his pieces are really tied down to guarding that knight. He might have to do that though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, how otherwise would you be able to hold on to the pawn d4? Because this bishop f6 is putting pressure on it, and you can quickly add more pieces to the attack on that pawn. So yeah, I guess, I mean, from the looking at the position on first glance, you might think, okay, what is this? I mean, white is ahead of pawn. This should be perfectly fine for white. But on the other hand, it's really hard to see how white can actually make any sort of progress. And I feel like that's why Hikaru went for this line right away. He's not aiming to win this game. Maybe he is, but he's perfectly fine with a draw, especially given the match score.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid line, and we are in this e3 line. I suppose black will be playing something like rook d8. There's also queen a3 attacking the pawn. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at what this position entails. So something like that. And I was thinking maybe rook a8 here. Seems kind of logical. Directly going for this pawn. So now, what do? We got the maximum activity, but still, you know, we're not getting the pawn back, right? So I don't see anything very clear here. You know, going for this type of line with bishops of opposite color, actually this one, yeah, there's a funny way we can try to get back the pawn. Let's see how that goes.
Then f5, maybe. I guess you still lose a pawn, bishop takes.
Yeah, but
okay, you're heading to a rook endgame. I mean, it should be holdable.
Should be, yeah, with this pawn. I mean, would I feel comfortable playing this way as black? Really, no. I wouldn't want to positions where I can only play for 2 results. And by the way, again, we might be heading that way. So Hikaru played here and queen a1 happened. So it's not exactly like queen a3, but it's kind of similar. I don't know. It feels like the rook on a3 would have been better, right? Because in case Hikaru wants to play that move, the rook having the rook recapture on a3 would have been better. But he goes for this. So he's still playing. Well, he's slowed down a bit, actually.
He's going for the opposite color bishop situation. So actually, that makes things even harder for white, I would say. I mean, you want to put pressure on, for example, the pawn of 7 because the white bishop is on a light square. But how are you actually going to attack this pawn? And you wouldn't, in order to actually make progress here, you need pawns on the other side of the board because all the pawns are on one side of the board. So yeah, not so very easy. Oh, e5 is surprising.
Interesting, because there's no d5, so he's using that moment to trade more pawns. Okay, well, to be honest, I thought that at some point white would have to play that move themselves, so it's not like it's really a big deal that black got that move in. Okay, so here we are. And yeah, there is some suffering, I mean, in store for black. After all, you know, white always has this idea of ganging up on f7 and making the rook really passive. Man, is this really what we had to do? I mean, I get it. We can make a draw, right? It's like, I wonder how well Hikaru knows these. This is the exact path to a draw.
Yeah, I wonder why Duda went for this line. I mean, with the white pieces now, you'd expect a bit more ambitious approach, but yeah, I wonder why he opted for this line. Maybe he thought being ahead a pawn is in his favor, but I am not very convinced that he can actually convert this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Hikaru seems to be, he set up the 7th rank defense, so he never has to worry about this pawn. I mean, it looks to me, well, you know, white's king can actually, yeah, I'm going to say get to f5. Looks like not a bad idea. At some point, white will go for f4. Okay, so he needs to watch out for bishop e1. He might have missed that idea. Okay, so like probably the rook is, sorry, my arrows are all messed up. He's gonna go and protect the pawn like that. That's probably what's gonna happen. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most exciting game, but you know, we know that Hikaru is playing for 2 results here, and hopefully he's going to get the results that he wants.
Mm-hmm. And do you think white can get aggressive with the pawns and try to push them e4 and then prepare f4 and create some play like that? Do you think that would be possible?
I think he's going to have to do that. Yeah, I think like, well, okay, ultimately, let's just say you stay, right? Like, forget that you can go to e1. So, let's say I try to bring up my king. So, I don't know, something like that. So let's say I have my king somewhere here and you're somewhere there. Now, okay, let me start. Now, if I go there, you got like a check. So do I want to go f4? Do I want to like, so this, the question is, do I want this? No, this move also blunders the pawn. So it's not so easy for me to do. All right, so let's say I go there. Okay, you give me a check. Now I want to go e4 and then like here. You can go f5, but then you start kind of weakening things.
Yeah, that looks really dangerous.
And okay, so now we go somewhere like this. Fine. But still, okay, like we want to go maybe f4. So let's say you go, like, let's say here, here.
C2.
I don't know, here. Okay, so I'm just trying to like make some progress for
make it happen, yeah.
Yeah, like something like that. Like where are the winning ideas for white? So, okay, let's say I stay, or I stay somewhere. I stay.
Yeah, I think generally it's really hard to push the pawns because now, especially the bishop on this diagonal, how are you ever going to push the pawns, you know, without losing sight of them?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to push them. I mean, I am making some progress, but now it's the moment, like here. The problem is I can't really go there. You're gonna just check me and I can't play e6.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So even here, like I feel like I've made so much progress for for whites, but how to actually do anything with that? So like if I push, there might be, like I was, you know, looking for some ideas like that. But you still don't have rook g7 after that, so the check's not really dangerous. You can just stay. Yeah. Well, what can I say, guys? I mean, yeah, I think Hikaru probably has judged this right, that it's like very difficult for white to break through here.
Yeah, let's see what happens. So they're just shuffling around.
Yeah. So far, a lot of shuffling. I mean, I guess we can go back to our analysis because obviously at some point white will have to make progress. So I think like since this is the most progress that we could have made for him and we're still having trouble winning, it makes sense to come back here and see if we can do a little better.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, I guess you really have to go for the e6 pawn push at some point, but when is the question? And if you actually manage to play e6 and after king takes e6, for example, this pawn it doesn't feel like it's gonna push anytime soon. As soon as the pawn gets to f6, you're always able to attack it with your rook and bishop. So yeah, and this bishop on e5 is not going to defend that pawn on f6 ever. So that makes it a bit hard, I think, to make progress.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem hard, and I haven't even tried to play the best way for black. You know, I'm just basically moving around for black and letting white do everything they want, and I still can't figure out how to make progress here. So that just shows you that how solid black's position is. And, you know, the computer's evaluation here is a very little help because it'll show, you know, basically the white's up a pawn, but in terms of a winning plan, it's not going to show that. So that's why, yeah, using the computer here to help us is not very, it's not very helpful actually. So here we go. Unfortunately, guys, this game is going to entail a lot of shuffling back and forth. Like nothing is really happening.
Yeah, especially with the pawns on one side of the board, it makes it really hard to see what else could happen than the idea what we pointed out. And either it will be shuffling all the way, or we will see the pawn break with f4 followed by e4 and so on. So that makes it a bit difficult, of course, to see what else is going on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Hikaru also could have played that. I was a little surprised he decided not to do that move and that he chose king f8 instead, but okay, no big difference. I mean, bishop c5. I don't think bishop c5, maybe, yeah. I mean, there's no point to the pin. He literally can do anything, I think.
Yeah, so the people in the chat are asking about the 50 move rule. How many moves until then? So the last pawn move was on move 27. So I think it's going to take a while till we will approach the 50 moves of no pawn moves or no captures. Because currently they are on move 37. So only 10 moves have been passed, 40 more moves. It's going to take a while. And I'm pretty sure until that moment, we will see a move like f4 suddenly pop up. So yeah, we're in for a long ride here.
Yeah, maybe you guys don't mind if we go take a look at Andrakin versus So, because just not much is happening here. We'll keep an eye on Hikaru's game. But this seems pretty exciting. Wesley So is black, and well, he's got the castled king while white's king is in the center. Black's got space, and black is simply better again. I mean, he's already winning his match pretty convincingly, and like, look at that f5 move. It's a good move. I don't know what Andrakin was really thinking in going for this position because the king is just terrible and the pieces are undeveloped, right? So you can't win on the queen side with these pawns with like no developments at all.
Yeah, and Andrakin is in a must-win situation as the match score is 4-1 here as well. So yeah, a draw will win Wesley So the match already, and seeing that he's in a good position already is very promising for him.
Yeah, I feel like Andrakin played the equivalent of the bomb cloud, right? He went with the orangutan and then he like did this. I mean, isn't this really just very similar? Like I can see how psychologically he must be in the same state as Duda because playing like this is white, well, no center, no pawn moves in the center, only side pawn moves. So, you know, Wesley, not that impressed with that. I mean, wow, just incredible. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because yesterday Andrakin played two different openings. He played on the first move this game where he played knight of 3, and the game turned into some pan of Karakan. Whereas in the other game where he's playing with the white pieces, he played the English. So yeah, he is changing around. Not sure if that is on purpose or he wasn't really happy with those openings. But yeah, going for this line, it's really uncommon. So yeah, let's see how it turns out.
I wonder if Wesley's going to be able to resist the move F4, because to me, that just looks like the most obvious move. And, you know, you can also take on G4, but at least that opens up the rook a bit, right? So F4 makes a lot of sense to me. There, of course, are other moves like this is... you can play knight b6, but I'm not really sure why you would, because they can just go c5 and then you'd have to go back. So I don't really get that. This move, I don't really see Wesley making, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, it is an ambitious move that tries to totally blow up the center. And given that White's king is there, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, if they take this way, you take that way. So like, this actually does look pretty promising for Black. I mean, if he gets the pawn back, his position is definitely improving. But I mean, is he going to do that when he just needs a draw? And actually, the answer is no. He actually went for knight b6, which provokes c5, I think, right? It's the move I said that, like, you can do it, but I don't really see the point. But you know, he went for it.
Yeah, it really feels like forced to play c5. Obviously, c takes d5 is... I mean, can you play? I mean, it doesn't really feel natural. It doesn't really do much, doesn't really improve your position. If you're able to play c5, why not?
Yeah, so I think Andreykin will be playing c5 and kicking that knight back. Of course, Black still has a great position, right? So, I mean, the knight can go back and you can just, maybe Wesley's point was that he just wanted to eliminate that tension of the pawns, c4, d5. And then just go back, yeah, and basically be having a very stable center with this move coming. So perfectly reasonable play by Black. Would I spend 2 moves to do it? I don't think so. I don't know. I felt like, I mean, if you want to play f4, just play f4. Like, I don't really think that there's that much pressure on this pawn. But okay, let's see how this game develops. By the way, Hikaru's game, nothing new.
Really it's happening the same yet, reshuffle.
Yeah.
We might actually see a 50 move, a draw coming up. I mean, it will be actually pretty funny to see Duda simply going for a pawn move all of a sudden after like 40 moves of shuffling around.
We also got a pretty interesting position in Radjabov versus Giri. That is coming out from some kind of a Catalan with knight c3. And Radjabov really needs to win this game. He is behind by 2 points. Okay, well, I would say that
really crazy.
Okay. Yeah, he's down a pawn. And c5. I don't know if Giri's going to do that. Actually, he's up a lot on the clock, which is a really good sign for him. He seems to know this position. Giri, was he really going to expose his rook to such a discovery? Wow, he does.
Oh, yeah, he actually does.
Wow.
Oh, knight takes f7 instantly played. Wow.
Yeah, no, I would like Radjabov to at least make this a competitive match. So,
right.
Knight takes f7, rook takes, and White wins the exchange. Black does have a super powerful knight in the center, and then he has this move. So the rook is under attack, so is the bishop. Which one are you going to save? It's going to be the bishop, because that's not like a full rook that you lose. And then in this position, I guess we can make the case that White is better because they've got the bishop pair and they've got those center pawns that are better than the doubled pawns. What do you think, Anamaya?
Yeah, I kind of like, I mean, the thing is, I feel like Black's position is not so bad, right? I mean, this knight on d4 is really strong. The pawns on the queen side look really good. It's just that it's really hard to see how to continue, because if you play a move like b4, then you're weakening some pawns here and there. So yeah, I guess White has a lot of compensation, you know, for this queen side majority.
We have this on the board.
Wow.
We have this position on the board. I really like Radjabov's prep here. And well, I mean, he needs to win, so he's going to get his chances in this game with these two beautiful bishops. Of course, Black has a really powerful knight. Like, that's just a wonderful knight, supported by the pawn, really hard to get rid of. And eventually we're going to be, I think, moving this pawn up there. But now we're going to be saving the bishop, right, Anamaya? We got to be moving it away.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
No way.
And at the same time, you might be able to play knight d5. So I'm not sure if Anish wants to defend it by playing knight f6 back. Could be an idea, but yeah, knight h5 is allowing to move knight d5. But of course, you have to save this bishop because it's a very important one. So bishop e3 makes sense.
Yeah. So guys, you're asking why you're not showing the Hikaru game. We can certainly show it. It's on the left-hand side of your screen, but you know, it is the most kind of boring position you can have in chess, where nothing happens and there is no plan for either side. I mean, I can certainly show you this, but you know, like the outline of this position, guys, is that Black is down a pawn in a bishops of opposite color endgame, where Black's plan is to do nothing and just not let, you know, his position get any worse, wait for White to make progress, which White has not made for last, you know, how many moves have we been in this position? Last about 20 moves. So we could look at it. If you like to see nothing happening, we could certainly analyze all of this. But, you know, the reason we're going to other games is not because we don't want to watch Hikaru. It's just because this type of position doesn't lend itself to very colorful commentary, guys. Yeah, Hikaru has plenty of time on the clock. His opponent has made, you know, zero progress over these last 20 moves that we haven't watched. So I feel like, you know, we can keep an eye on his game and see if anything changes. The moment something changes and at least a pawn moves forward, we could, you know, we could take a look.
Back, yeah.
Yeah. But for now, like this isn't this interesting to see, like, is Radjabov going to beat Giri? Because he needs to win. And apparently he just made a huge blunder. Hold on. Let's figure out, Anamaya, why this move.
Yeah. What is going on?
So we're going to take the knight, attack on the queen. They got to take, right? So why was that such a big blunder? And I guess it's just because the rook is coming in, or wait, maybe.
Oh, could you trap this rook on f3 somehow?
Yeah. Was there like an idea like that? Because rook d7 didn't. Ooh. It is actually still really good, right? So
I think same idea still applies. Knight d5, knight f4, and you take back with the g pawn.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, it just seems to be completely winning in a positional way. Like there's no like even tactical blow. It's just that horrible knight. Like the rook is not doing much. It needs to go back, right? But then when it goes back, I would just say like f4 even, or even this move, right? The knight is trapped. You're going to go f4. You're threatening to win the knight with g4. Knight d5. You're threatening e6, winning the bishop. You're threatening a lot of things. So it's really just kind of winning in a prosaic way, just because Black is like no harmony at all. And White's center pawns are just way better than Black's pawns. Centralization matters a lot in chess, guys.
It blows my mind how Radjabov only spent 2 minutes so far. That's just insane to me. We're on move
22.
Okay, we're on move 22. So yeah, that's a lot of quick moves right there.
Yeah. Well, that's what we need, guys, for these matches to be competitive. And I was like, I'm really happy about how this is going for Radjabov, and maybe he can still, you know, he wins this one. He just needs to win one more out of two to like.
And it's a tied match.
Tie break today. Because, you know, we're probably not going to have a tie break in Hikaru's match, right? So we would like to see some kind of tie breaks. It would be pretty exciting. Let's take a look at Andrejkin versus So. I mean, how is So getting by here? Okay, I don't think So has really improved his position that much. I think Andrejkin has done more.
Or I would really want to take on f4. Like, you cannot keep the knight there.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. So now white has this interesting break. Now, I think white's knight is really good here. I like the way he controls g3 and f6, g7. It's like an outpost by the king. It's a valuable square. But what can white really do? Because the knight is basically attacking on his own. So you need to bring more pieces in. For that, you need to break the center so that you get something like that. And then suddenly maybe you get this diagonal. No, not that one. This one. You can go bishop d3 at some point, or queen d3, and this pawn is hanging. And this position on Amaya, I can actually see, I can see white having a chance in a position like this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, black's king feels quite exposed. His pawn h6 feels like a permanent weakness. And once you get your knight to f5, I think black should actually start worrying. So yeah, and what could black actually do at the same time? Because, the king is on d2 of your opponent, but you can actually not do anything with that. You're not able to put a knight on e4 anytime soon. Pawn breaks are a bit difficult to do. I guess b6 comes up to mind to try to open up the position. But at the same time, I feel like white has a lot of chances, definitely.
Yeah, at least it's what Andrejkin would want from this game, right? He's behind by how much is he behind by? I think it's at least 2. Wait, I think we got the scores.
It's 4-1.
Oh wow, it's 4-1. Oh,
it's a match point.
Yeah, it's really close to being over, guys. He needs to win this game at any cost. He just played queen b2, rook a b8, and knight g3. So he hasn't gone for this break, which is a bit of a pity because it was an important idea. And now black's knight gets to the outpost. Okay. He's also low on time.
Yeah, he plays knight f5 anyways, despite the knight on h4 covering that square. Doubles the pawns on the f file. Now, this pawn on f5 is extremely weak, but at the same time, I guess you're able to play bishop g4. So yeah, move knight f6 looks pretty good.
Yeah, Wesley's playing really fast. Just well enough, right? Like, he's still better on the board. He's much better on the clock. And I don't think Andrejkin has been managing to make this as spicy as he needs. How is Hikaru doing on the clock? Let's take a look.
I just got a question about the game. Do you think we'll see a 3 times the same position draw pop up, or do you think we will have a 50-move draw? Which one is more likely to happen?
Well, no, I think a pawn will move before it gets to 50 moves. Duda is under a minute, guys. So obviously his winning task, it just went up exponentially as he has made 0 progress and he's gotten himself to under a minute. So I think the game is essentially over. There's no way, if he hasn't done anything by this point, that suddenly with 45 seconds, he's going to come up with something amazing and win. So I think things are pretty clear for Hikaru. His opening choice worked out, I guess, just making the game really technical. And it's one of those cases where the computer evaluation tells you, white's better, but in reality, you're like, nope, I can see the draw. You won't be able to make progress. And made a good call on that. And Andrejkin versus So. Okay, things are getting, a little bit spicy, because after knight f6, b6, actually, I do like that change in the pawn structure that white has introduced, because you never know, in the end game, you could get a pawn break. So that's quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to get his knight to go to c5. If the knight could arrive on that square, that would be beautiful. So black stops it.
Makes sense.
You take, it's suddenly a check. It's not a big deal, but actually for the pawn structure, it helps white. Still, I think he's trying to make a game of it. He's doing a pretty good job on Andrejkin, but Wesley's just so unflappable.
H5.
Yeah, he's just like, no problem. I'm going to improve my pawn structure on the king side. You're not really threatening anything. Yeah, Wesley's definitely keeping it cool, because if you go there's rook h8. You lose the bishop.
Yeah, so yeah, really a nice move by Wesley, playing aggressively even though his king is on the same side as the pawn there.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, there are some changes in Hikaru's game, but that's basically, let's go to that.
Yeah, just as we switched, they played the move f4. So let's see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty funny that, like, you know, we talked about this exact position like so long ago, right? When I was trying to show you guys like where white would eventually need to go to try to win. But the problem is Duda is down to 7 seconds. It's pretty insane. Like it is really like strange, guys, that he let himself get to 7 seconds before finally arriving at like, you know, the only possible improvements in his position. So yeah, I mean, I put his winning chances really at 0, but we can watch this part because we know it's going to be kind of exciting when he's only got 7 seconds.
Yeah, and especially now that Duda decided to push his pawns and actually try to make some progress. Let's see what he has in mind. Now that the chat was saying that Hikaru blundered and so on, but I would say judging the position solely based on evaluation is not a good idea because of the opposite colored bishops. As soon as you remove the rooks off the board, it's simply impossible to win this game, especially because white's bishop is a light squared bishop, and if you keep the h pawn on the board, this pawn will not promote because the black king will stop the pawn easily and sit in the corner pretty much. So you cannot really rely on the computer evaluation in this position whatsoever because it doesn't evaluate it properly.
Yeah, actually, I like rook c3. Give some ideas of bringing the bishop back. Also, maybe if he wants to ever put the rook on c4 in case that pawn moves. So king g7, I don't know. It's kind of obvious to me. Would I bother going there? Probably not. I would probably just go king g7 and just, but Hikaru goes the other way. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to win a game of chess, don't leave yourself 6 seconds, guys. It's just no point, you know?
Yeah, I can speak from experience. That's no fun.
Yeah, I mean, e5, I guess. No, king g4.
Oh, he doesn't even play e5. Wow.
Yeah, maybe there was something he didn't like. I'm not sure what it was. Was it like f6? I mean, I don't know. He could have played e5. There was no problem, but he just decides to go back with the king.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, just got to sit tight.
Yeah, you don't really have much else to do here with black.
Yep.
Okay, we see a couple of moves at the same time. So yeah, they're playing really quickly, and especially Duda needs to because he's down to 7 seconds. Yeah. Is he going to bring his rook over to the 7th rank? Seems like it. So
you guys are talking about there was no handshake yesterday. It's interesting. I think, you know, when the players are playing online at their computers, the idea of the handshake is a little bit, well, it's a little bit different, right? Like you're not actually playing someone over the board. I mean, it's like when you play in online games, you shake someone's hands. Like, no, you just, you know, click on the resign button and that's it. So maybe it's partly that. Like, so if Duda didn't shake Hikaru's hand yesterday, it might have been just like you know, being distraught at the game, but also it's like the different setup where you're playing online and not like really over a board with someone. So I don't know. I've never heard of Duda being a bad sport. So that would be, I would always be, you know, willing to give someone the benefit of the doubt unless I had, you know, some real concrete information about why shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, seeing him play the pawn club yesterday, I think he has definitely like some sort of good intentions, making it fun, you know, for the people at home. But actually 3 players are in Belgrade, and this is the only match where both players are present in the same room, because all the other matches have one player that is in Belgrade. The others are in Toronto right now. So that also makes it a bit difficult to give a physical handshake. But yeah, both Hikaru and Duda are in Toronto.
Yeah, so Duda and Hikaru are in Toronto. I think Radjabov is not. I'm trying to remember. I think it's also Nihal that's not. And is it Andrejkin? It's those guys, interesting, who are playing from a different location.
Andrejkin, Radjabov, and Nihal Sarin. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So finally, Duda's pushed his pawn to e5. So yeah, we are in this position. And the point that we made a long time ago is that there's just no way to make progress here.
Yeah. But okay, Hikaru's
Hikaru needs
also
to play
getting
fast.
lower on the clock. So
Oh, wow. Yeah, Hikaru's got lower on time too. Wow.
it's not too worrying just yet. It's just that this is the type of position where anything could happen when both players are low on the clock. So I can imagine that, you know, things can get crazy. But here's okay, there was a small repetition there, but Duda decided to play something else.
Is he going to go F5 or is that
Maybe
check a problem? I think he's got to go F5 at some point. I think he actually, well, you know, I don't know. Actually, I'm seeing a problem on Amaya. I'm seeing a problem like this. I mean, White's pawns are starting to get dangerous.
Yeah, I really like the bishop staying on the A1.
Okay, okay, that's a
diagonal.
good trick. It's a good trick with that. Okay, I don't know about that move. Yeah, okay, all right.
That's tricky.
Okay, no, it's still all right for Hikaru. But I was kind of more concerned about this pawn moving up. If White could manage that, and I do think like this is becoming totally random. I mean, okay, Duda doesn't have much time, but neither does Hikaru. There, the pawn push. That's what I was worried about.
Now rook e7 is out of question, so he plays f6. But now e6, and you have defended the protected pass
this
pawn.
has changed a lot. Like, I mean, this is not what we were thinking about when we said it was just going to be a draw. But I mean, is Duda going to have, you know, going to be able to do it with the amount of time that he's got?
I think the biggest problem for Black is that this g6 square, if you put a rook there, it might get tricky, or even a bishop, and you're so limited.
Yeah, I guess you still can't trade the rooks, right? Like the rooks, but he's trying to bring up the
rook c7. Oh, king d7 even now, and
yeah, this king is like
pawn's pushing,
and maybe the bishop comes there, the pawn pushes. I mean, bishop d7, I guess is what I would do because I'd get really scared. Yeah, stopping that. Wow, and just what is he threatening though? Because that move,
king d8.
Yeah, there's king d8. How does he get his king out though?
Oh, he doesn't get his king out.
Whoa, but he needs to get the king out. He needs to. So he needs to trade rooks at this point. He needs to go like bishop d5.
Ooh, rook d8, what a move.
Bishop d5. Whoa, okay. He wants to mate him or something. I don't know.
It's yeah.
It's close to mate from that side. Oh man, if Hikaru loses this is going to be crazy. That's just crazy.
You don't have bishop b4 check either. This is wild. Bishop d7 now.
It's over. Bishop d7 and pawn promotes. That's it. Oh man.
Who resigned? Wow.
Whoa.
What a game.
Hikaru's not happy. Oh man.
Hikaru stormed off. I mean,
Duda is like amused at that. Wow. Oh no.
That is not a great position to be in. I mean, the match score is obviously still in his favor. He's ahead 4-2, but this is not fun to be in. You know you're winning. You know you have, all you need is a draw. And losing 2 games like this is really, really tough to deal with.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 opportunities left.
I mean, yeah, that... Okay, like he had so much time, and then he spent a lot of this time like somewhere. How did he go? Like he had this amount of time. This was the weird thing. He had 2:20 again, 7 seconds, and then he spent like a minute here, and then like okay, he spent a minute, so he's still okay, and then another 20 seconds, and then suddenly he got low on time as well. So. Wow. I mean, I just thought, when we looked at this position on Amaya, it was the difference. We kept the rook on this rank, but our bishop was like on this diagonal. We were kind of like moving it back and forth. So I think that was the difference. And I think the bishop was better there. It's kind of making it harder for this move to happen. You see, because ultimately, what I was really concerned about was this type of thing happening. Well, he finally actually got the bishop on this diagonal, and this still happened, right? And because it was the perfect setup that when you're checked, you can play bishop c4. And here apparently really there was even this move. I mean, obviously Hikaru had prepared this check. Yeah, no, I don't think Duda should be really going for this, but
rook f7 check maybe, yeah.
But it's actually still pretty dangerous, right? Like we're threatening check and mate ideas. Yeah, well, he played e6, which I think is very understandable without a lot of time. That's also like a good move. And then okay, now it was just a different story because with that pawn, I mean, and also Hikaru had no time to adjust himself to to a new defensive setup, right? So like not only the position is getting worse, but at this point the change happened, he had no time to make any adjustments. And I mean, credit to Duda, he did play this well with the seconds on the clock, but
he played really well. I mean, he was low on the clock for like a solid 20 moves, maybe 30, and he just pulled it off. I mean, he wasn't risking it for the longest time when he actually had a bit more time on the clock. And then as soon as he was like down to 10 seconds on the clock, he decided to push his pawns forward and make the best out of it. And it actually worked out. So yeah, that's a really good game. Another win by Duda. It really changes the pace of the match now, and he might actually feel like regret of playing the Bond Cloud in the last game yesterday.
Yeah, wow. Remember when Irina said, if you want to win, don't leave 7 seconds? Yeah, that prophet, Irina, she did say that, but it didn't work out this time. I mean, no, I am amazed. I am amazed that, Duda managed to win that with 7 seconds. No, that was impressive, guys. That is not like the normal scenario when Hikaru had 2 minutes and Duda had 7 seconds. I mean, that we would see this happen. Yeah, it was not obvious to me at all.
I think just psychologically speaking, it's just really tough to be in such a position where you're down a pawn. You're not the one that is pressing, right? So you cannot really decide the pace of the position of the game whatsoever. So it was all in Duda's hands if he's going to make it or not. And I think he handled the situation really well. So that makes it even tougher, knowing that Hikaru just needs to draw and his opponent is the one that has the upper hand in the position. So yeah, that makes it very difficult.
Guess it's that, I felt, okay, like personally, I guess I wasn't in love with the idea of just going in for a position that could only have 2 results and you're down a pawn. And again, you have to suffer for it. But then I felt, very positive about it because it looked like Duda wasn't making any progress. He was getting so low on time. Like everything was going perfectly for Hikaru to save this game. So the fact that suddenly things exploded and Duda having no time still manages to win, I mean, is a really unexpected result, guys. And, that's why you always, I think, got to be maximalist. You can't use those white pieces and, kind of give them away. So I think Hikaru needs to really reset. He needs to reset here and be like, I'm not playing for a draw anymore. I'm just going to play to beat you like I was playing in the beginning. And that way, I think that's his best chance to close out this match.
Right. It actually makes me wonder, in case Duda decides to play the French again, wouldn't it be the most ideal situation for Hikaru to go for the French exchange and to just try to get the draw and be done with it?
Yeah, well, I don't know. At this point, I don't know if he because he played so solidly in the first. I mean, he chose something. I mean, his position was very solid in that first game, and then it still went kind of the wrong way. Do I think he should play the French exchange, play the same style, and try to get that draw again? I'm kind of scared to do that. I kind of feel like maybe he should just play a game of chess. I mean, why should he lose in a game of chess, right? I think I would probably just reset and completely be like, okay, it's time to go back to being ambitious as if I need to win. I think that would be my strategy, because you see what he's doing isn't working, right? When something's not working, I think you got to change it. Like whether he's white or black, he's been trying to get that draw and it's just not working. So you got to change things up.
Yeah, but I can imagine that it's just mentally really hard to make that reset and switch it to let's just play a game of chess, given the fact of how he lost his game. So yeah, let's see what will happen in the next round.
Meanwhile, we have Wesley So, who has made a draw through some kind of perpetual check and qualified. He's already finished up his match. It's interesting. You see, he was behind, and I mean, he only had 3 points yesterday compared to Hikaru's 4, but somehow he's the first person to wrap up the match. Radjabov beats Giri. That's great news for us, guys. And Yeah, Sevion is losing to Nihal. And I really think that game that we just saw last round was a game changer because Sevion doing so well and losing with white. And now, now he's losing with black. He's down a pawn and white has the bishop pair and just like overwhelming position. I mean, this knight is just trapped, right? And he's losing more pawns. I think it's time to resign. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really tough position. This poor knight, and yeah, you're down so much material. I'm actually surprised there's no resignation, or actually the bishop is hanging. Sorry, I completely missed that. But
yeah, well,
you're just losing a pawn.
A4 and rook d8, rook here. The knight is trapped. Okay, he can go there too. Sure. I mean, the problem is that you're just winning like 2 pawns in a row, and you're going to be up 3 pawns, just dominating here. Poor Sam. I mean, I really feel like, sometimes there's yeah, he just got off from the board. Sometimes like you have key games that are the turning points in the match. And I feel like that last game, it just felt like it could be one of those points, right? Because something like, kind of like for Duda yesterday when he lost that second game and then he just collapsed,
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty thematic thing going on right now, right? Because what is interesting about this tournament is that the matches are not finished in one day. They're spread out over 2 days minimum, because even if you win all your games on the first day, you still have to play on a second game. And what we're seeing here is like a turn of events in most of the matches, I would say. I mean, Duda winning 2 games now, Niall Starn also winning 2 games, being ahead on the match score now, and Radjabov may have a chance to come back as well.
Yeah. He won quite convincingly in this game. Look at the time on the clock. He used up like half his time, and that was enough to win. Okay, the C pawn. Oh yeah, you can just give up the rook forward and promote your F pawn. So no big deal. And now probably, what's the move? Oh, maybe, wait, where do I want to go? Oh, actually rook takes pawn is the move, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, he didn't do that. What?
Oh.
What? Oh my. Look, even I found this move. Like, I was just like, this was the idea to promote the pawn. Isn't that the whole point, guys? Is that this pawn promotes? Wow. He actually like really messed up here with 7 minutes on the clock. He played this move. And now after king takes d6, well, he probably forgot that like the king could come back for the pawn. He was probably thinking f7 and I win. Oh man, and he still won? Wow, so this is crazy. This was like already, I mean, okay, I get it, white is better. I totally get that, but wow.
Yeah,
so like what happened is the king was stuck. The pawn can't move, the rook can't win on its own. The king, if he goes there, just, it has to go back to g2. So like you basically have to play this move, and then you lose the F pawn by force, and then it's not so clear, right? Okay, white is better, yes, because white always has that margin. Like if black, takes the pawn, obviously, it's obviously easier to play as white, no doubt. But apparently even this was like possible for black to draw. I mean, just king comes back and you somehow trade the A pawns. Yeah, why not? And why not? You can draw like that. He went there.
Okay.
All right. He wants to go like maybe go win the pawn. Sure.
It's fair.
Okay. All right. Still a little annoying, right? Because like we haven't won this pawn, but meanwhile this pawn is about to just march up the board. Yeah, I think he probably should have just like tried to get his king to the G file, not the C file.
Yeah, the king is too far away, and all white pretty much needs is a king and pawn.
Yeah. Now white is winning.
Moving forward, yeah.
So I think
crazy how quickly that can go.
Yeah, like, okay, it was tricky. I don't want to say that like Giri had some sort of obvious draw, guys, But obviously, like in this position, he got like a chance that he had never had, like for, in this game so far. And I think it was very doable. So like this strategy, let's see how instructive this is. It doesn't really matter where the king goes. It doesn't matter at all, I think. And basically you just come back with your king. And I'm pretty sure this is a draw. I mean, like you basically, all you need to do to draw is get those pawns off the board. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as white picks up the pawn on b5 with the rook, you're able to pick up the pawn on a3, and it will be very difficult otherwise to get that pawn for free.
But here's the thing: maybe we can keep them like a little bit longer with these pawns on the board. Something like that. I mean, okay, you can still try to make progress, but yeah, I doubt it. I mean, there's so many checks.
Maybe the king goes over to take the pawn on b5. Yeah,
tries to win. Yeah, actually, good point. Still difficult for black. Well, yeah, I mean, he had seconds on the clock and he still had the worst position, guys. But I think, it is shocking. It is shocking.
Maybe it was a mouse
slip. Did not take that pawn.
The chat was pointing out it may have been a mouse slip. I'm not sure if we have this confirmed, but it may just have been a mouse slip because, I mean, what are the odds that the rook c3 was played instead of rook takes c2? And it may just have been that he had this in mind. But on the other hand, rook c3, in knowing that that is one of the moves to save your rook, it may not have been a mouse slip, but yeah, it would make sense if it was.
Yeah, I can see it either way. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, it's possible. Yeah, well, actually, with 7 minutes on the clock, I just don't know how he wouldn't find this move. So,
right.
Yeah, maybe it was a mouse slip, but yeah, it took 2 masters to guess it was a mouse slip. I don't know, guys. I mean, we haven't really seen any mouse slips in this tournament so far, so it hasn't really been an issue. With 7 minutes on the clock, you could certainly afford to like play your move carefully, right? So we will see, guys, if we can find that out, if that really was a mouse slip.
I mean, clearly we're going to go to a break.
Yeah, we got a couple of minutes break, guys, actually, and just a few short minutes. We're going to be back to see Hikaru try to get back on track in this match after losing 2 games. He's definitely giving Duda some hopes. And Duda is showing himself in a way better light than yesterday, but Hikaru just needs half a point. So let's be back here in a couple of minutes to root him on. Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of Chess.com's Global Chess Championships, where Hikaru is trying to qualify to the semis against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Anna-Maya Kazarian. And, we've had a very exciting day today so far, guys. Hikaru is doing his best to give Duda a chance to stay in this match. He hasn't been able to pick up that magic half a point yet that would qualify him to the semis. And now he's got the white pieces. Playing the Sicilian. I mean, I got to say, okay. I like Duda's choice. Yeah.
Oh, good one.
I like his choice, but I also like Hikaru's choice. Well, he's going for C3, right? So he's going for something very solid. Okay, here we go. This is a main line, guys. Yep. All right. Yeah, very solid line. D takes E5, knight takes E5 is the main line, bishop D7. Things get traded and simplified. In a way, guys, I feel like Hikaru is sticking with that strategy, right? He's still fishing for the draw because, the C3 line, yes, it's, of course, a very solid way you can play against the Sicilian. And, Duda is obviously trying to do something more exciting, trying to get that third win in a row to keep this match going. But yeah, now he plays E6, right? You see, he doesn't go for the main line because he doesn't want pieces to get traded. So he goes E6. It's a concession for sure. Black is blocking the bishop with the pawn. White has more space, but he wants to keep it more complicated. What do you think, Anna-Maya?
Yeah, I mean, it also asks the question to white, like, what do you want to deal with the pawn on E5? And if you take on D6 now, you will end up with an isolated pawn on D4 and not a great one either. You give black so much play here, so much development. I mean, this bishop on C8 is not going anywhere just yet, which is why I personally am not a fan of this E6 move in this very position. But yeah, it's definitely not such a bad position for black. I'm curious to see how Hikaru will play in the next few moves. I mean, his development is really simple. He can simply get the knight out. He can play short castle, get the bishop to F4, G5. So yeah, he has just a very simple position.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is really in like maximum safety mode, right? Because now he's going for this trade of bishops, which you normally, when you have more space, guys, you don't want to trade pieces. But interestingly, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is saying no to that trade. He's like really trying to complicate things. And at the same time, I'm like, does he really think he's going to get his bishop out in another way? Like, what's his plan for getting this bishop out?
Yeah, as well as the bishop on D7. I mean, it has some potential on... to be on C6, so that's at least some improvement. But yeah, the bishop on F8, I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I kind of wonder after Rook E1, does black have that typical tactic? Ooh. Tries to win a pawn. I mean, like the computer says there's compensation for white, but obviously I would really think about grabbing that pawn because I don't really see what's wrong with it for black. So I think Hikaru actually needs to be considering that knight takes E5 is a problem here because he's already lost 2 games. Does he want to give away a pawn and then maybe not get enough compensation? Ben is asking, do I like knight F6 or D5 against the C3 Sicilian? I've played both of them, Ben, and I can't really say I like one both more than the other. I really, tried both of them. I think it's good to have variety in your opening repertoire. When someone tries to kind of surprise you as early as move 2, you want to have both moves that you can go to. So with D5 in the Sicilian, against the C3 Sicilian, you're getting into more like isolated pawn positions. Right. And with knight F6, you are getting more of these like white has space and black tries to attack that space in the center type of positions. They're very different, but I like them both actually for black, and I would say I've played them almost equally.
All right, so what happened? Hikaru finally took on D6, and Interesting decision. So he indeed did not like this knight takes e5 move, presumably, and this allows black to develop quite easily. And yeah, looks pretty comfortable for black, I would say.
Yeah, actually, right now, I mean, we have knight b4, and we're playing an isolated pawn position with perfect control over d5. I mean, I would say again, Duda must be extremely happy with the result of the opening. I don't know. I really feel like Hikaru maybe should have called this up on Amaya, because like I would have just said to him, you gotta play for a win. Just play for a win, play your normal game. Like, if, you know, when you play for a win and then you settle for a draw, that's okay. That's all you need to qualify. But when you start out by playing for a draw, I mean, yeah, like Duda has the perfect position. Like if I were black here in a must-win situation, I would be thrilled. I would just be like, okay, I go there, I get control over this square, and then we just play this very typical kind of position with the isolated pawn. And, you know, I'm not saying that black is better. I'm just saying that that's a very decent outcome for black with an imbalance in the pawn structure. And I don't think it's like a super favorable version of the isolated pawn for white. But on the other hand, at least white still has the ability to play pawn a3 at some point. At least their pawn's not on a4. That could be even worse.
It begs the question, would you say this king on e8 would be better off just to stay there rather than castling short? Because typically in these type of positions, if you are on the side that has the isolated queen's pawn, you want to attack your opponent's king. So that begs the question, do you want to keep this king on e8, or is it just fine to short castle?
Yeah, I think it must be fine to short castle. Probably if you short castle, white might do something like rook c1, make it a little harder for you to go knight b4. So I don't think this is terrible to short castle, but yeah, it gives this white this little move, and I would say the queen here is not the best placed. So I think Duda should try to, oh, did he actually play that? Wait, do we have a move from him? No, he has h6 in. Cool. Okay. And wow, Duda is really going all out, guys. Instead of going something normal like knight b4 or even castles, he goes f5. Wow. That's a lot
crazy. Of confidence right there.
I mean, honestly, I don't know what textbook on isolated pawn positions Duda has read, but I have never read that you can play chess like that, Manamaya. Like king in the center, moving the f pawn. I mean, yes, sometimes when you're castled and you have really good control over d5, you can go for that move. Yes, that's been seen, but before you're castled, to go f5 without even like a major threat is basically inciting white to blow up the center, which Hikaru just does immediately. Well, good for that. And he's handed the initiative to Hikaru.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Hikaru goes bishop c2.
So he wants to take the pawn with the queen. As good
as that. Yeah, he wants to just recapture the pawn. Well, at least, you know, at least it's going to be safe for him once he captures it, right? Fairly safe position. Okay, he still doesn't capture it. Okay, this game is developing in ways that really hard to predict. The card just says, no, I don't want to take the pawn because who knows? There's knight b4 I got to calculate, right?
Yeah, maybe he wants to just stay ahead on the clock and put some pressure regarding that to Duda. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, this wasn't still like a winning thing, but yeah, I mean, Hikaru would have needed to calculate quite a bit that, you know, he gets the knight back. So he just decides it's too risky to take the pawn. He goes rook c1. And okay, there was some d4 move, but Duda just goes g5. So these guys are making like really big decisions, I think, really quickly at this point.
Yeah, a bit too quickly.
Yeah, after spending a lot of time in the opening, now they've speeded up, but like their decisions are not like, they're not so obvious that that's exactly what they should be doing, but okay.
Yeah, what really surprises me is that Hikaru is allowing the move g4, so it is attacking the knight on f3, and it allows, after the knight moves, to allows your opponent to take the pawn on h2. So Yeah, he seems to be confident that he's not going to be under a huge pressure here on the king side. Seems like he's confident about his chances on the queen side.
Yeah, I guess he's really relying on this pressure on c6, and he thinks he's got a good position here, and maybe he is right. Maybe this whole setup for black is very dangerous, although I don't see immediately how it's losing. But you know, we go there and we have ideas of taking and bishop b6, skewering the queen and rook, and that looks pretty dangerous. So
yeah,
I can see why Hikaru is going for this, and actually Duda is going for g4 and sending the knight there. So maybe Hikaru is going to get back on track here. Having the initiative is nice, right?
Yeah, and I think given the match situation, you know, like screw the draw, let's go for the win, you know, like let's just play some chess. Because the amount of play Duda has been getting in the two games previously, it's too much. So yeah, let's see how the game develops as Duda took on h2, king h1 now, and what is the follow-up? Because are you able to play f4 here, or is it probably hanging the bishop and not giving you any?
F4 is interesting. Well, I don't know if I want to take your bishop, yeah, because pawn to 3 looks pretty dangerous. F4 looks interesting. There might be something where I just take and play bishop d4, I think, because then your bishop is a little bit trapped. So if you go here, and let's say I take, and you take with something, and I just move away. Well, is my move the best? Bishop d4, yeah. Of course, this is still very sharp. You give me your rook. I don't know. This is kind of a crazy line, isn't it? Like sacking the exchange. It actually looks pretty good for white, but maybe it's because I'm just underestimating, I don't know, your kingside attack ideas.
Yeah, maybe once you focus on the king side with black, you risk that your king on c8 is gonna be very lonely, and there's a lot of tension here on the queen side too.
Yeah, I mean, f4 is definitely interesting, but white just has a lot of choices after that. Like knight c6 is not the only move. He can move the bishop back. He can take with the bishop first, but I really do think that your move is definitely something to consider, Anamaya. Like, I don't think that over the board without the assistance of the computer that this move will seem so bad to Duda. So he's thinking here, it is a pretty critical moment for him after king h1.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's either like f4 or pull the bishop back somewhere are the only sensible things to really do here. I mean, I guess you could try to go there, maybe prepare some sort of exchange sack is also interesting, but he goes for bishop e5. And here we were thinking queen b3 by Hikaru.
Right. Yeah, he is ahead by 5 minutes on the clock. That's a huge advantage. I mean, we've seen that Duda does a pretty good job in time trouble today, but yeah, seeing that Hikaru has quite some chances here definitely is promising for Hikaru. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, what is next here for Duda? I guess he's preparing to move f4 like this without losing his bishop. But yeah, queen b3, is f4 still viable after queen b3?
Yeah, f4, I guess we're just going to take though, right? And that's kind of the idea, is that we're preparing that square for the bishop. So there are other moves here than queen b3. Queen b3 is attractive. I suppose you can even just make the forcing move like that and kind of see what they do. Because there is a line like this where you try to hit both pawns. So Hikaru might be tempted by that. It's also quite simple and logical. So I think right now, Hikaru is really spoiled for choice. You know, it's not just like one good move that he has. I think it's almost impossible to really make a better move here.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on d4 doesn't really have many other places to go to, and the bishop on e3 is simply just defending the knight on d4. So yeah, it would make a lot of sense to go for something like that.
It's tempting to take here. It does result in the black king getting opened up immediately. It's kind of a forcing move. I definitely see the attraction of that. Now, what if they go there? How do we play this? Do we still
Something
go
like queen
queen
A4?
D3 or queen A4? Trying to hit
After
that
king
pawn.
B7?
Yeah.
After king B7, I guess you just involve the rook in the game, like rook C3,
and you're also attacking
looks
knight
terrible.
C6. That's a big one.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks really terrible for black.
Yeah. I mean, I do think Duda went overboard, guys. Like everything was going really well for him, but this move F5 is just like, I get it. You've been trying to make decisions that are keeping the game alive, right? But this move F5 was so radical. It's like king in the center, push your F pawn. How did he possibly think this was going to work out for him? I don't know. I mean, Hikaru didn't even hesitate over this move, just opening the center.
Yeah, I got really ambitious, and that might actually hurt his chances now in this game.
Yeah, I think he got overly ambitious. Hikaru took on C6. Exactly what we're thinking about. And now instead of queen D3, he just goes for queen A4, which is also good. Yeah, just hitting those two pawns and basically forcing something like king B7. Yeah, no, I mean, Duda is not in the driver's seat in this game at all. Like he has really thrown it away with this F5 move. He even had better ways to play after that, but he didn't find those either. But I think F5 was the beginning of the whole wrong path, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that it's looking really dangerous for the white king on H1, but black simply doesn't have time to bring any pieces over to the H file. I mean, the queen is pretty much stuck on C7. You can't really move it, otherwise you're checkmated yourself. Do you have time to move the rook over somehow? Rook D6, rook G6, and even rook G5? It's just way too slow. So yeah, it goes to show that this losing the H pawn wasn't too bad, and the fact that Hikaru calculated the chances there of him losing somehow on the king side is it's really impressive that he validated this properly. I don't think
he's in any trouble over here. Yeah. Like black has no chance to commit the queen to that attack because black's own king is so weak. So I mean, at this point, black is just trying to like not lose his queen, right? So he's about to lose this pawn. I guess he'll probably do something like this and try to run into the center. Yeah, that's probably the best. I mean, material is still, well, actually, Hikaru is still down a pawn. The first move that comes to my mind is some kind of pawn attack like that. But yeah, I mean, with the king in the center, I don't think that like Duda is going to be very much in like attacking mode, right? So like, let's say I go B4. I mean, maybe it's not my only move. I also kind of like this return to the center with the queen hitting the pawn. Because if I win the pawn, I'll definitely never lose. And then I like my queen centralized and then B4, B5.
Sounds like a good plan.
Okay, so, sorry, flipped the wrong thing. Here's the live board, guys. So he goes rook D6 and queen B7, offering a queen trade. Hikaru says no. And okay.
Okay, this is the live position. So king B7. Yeah, what do we make of this position? I mean, Hikaru does have some pawns here on the queen side. Is that enough? Can he simply trade queens here?
Well, I don't think he wants to trade queens because he's down a pawn. So actually, like if he goes and trades the queens, that's exactly what Duda wants. He'll try to win that end game. So Hikaru needs to either play like G3, but that invites F4, which is a little dangerous looking, or maybe just king G1. And then if they go queen H5, then G3. And he does it. Yeah,
he does it. Okay,
so, yeah,
gets out of the check threat.
yeah, that's good. I do think it's important to keep the queens on the board for white because that king is a big problem as well. And that should play a role down the line. So now, guys, if this move, we're just going G3. And black's attack is over while we threaten the invasion from B7. So let's see what Duda comes up with. Oh, we're here.
Yeah, so Looking at the clocks, I mean, Hikaru is still ahead on the clock, but Duda has been playing pretty quickly the last couple of moves. So let's see how that develops. He played Rook C8, so he's defending pawn on C6. He makes sure that there is no check that he needs to be afraid of. Yeah, what is the next idea here for white?
I like how you're explaining to the chat about analysis, Anamaya. Yeah, that's what we try to do, guys. Show you the possibilities that don't necessarily happen, but they can happen. They're plausible. Bishop B6 actually controls the square. And now that's a really nice move by Hikaru. I like that he kind of got out of that F4 idea because Queen B7 forces Bishop C7. Yeah, it's starting to look suspicious. I mean, black is going to get into this nasty pin. And maybe we can just like, I don't know, can we promote our pawn or maybe just go B4, B5? Okay, Hikaru goes Rook D1. So he's threatening Rook D5. It's a pretty obvious threat. Okay.
I mean, it's interesting because if you manage to play Queen B7, Rook takes D5 somehow at the same time, you make a pretty good deal.
Yeah, Queen B7, I don't know, winning the bishop like this. I guess there's this move. Like, I mean, there's still B4, this idea that I was mentioning. There's also some trickiness with that idea. So Hikaru could have thrown that in, but he didn't. He went Rook FD1 right away, which, okay, it's fine. I guess black has to go Rook B8 to stop Queen B7 and Rook D5. Then he does that.
It looks like such an odd move, but I guess, I mean, it's very simple. Queen B7 is the obvious threat, so there's only one way to stop it. So it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Queen A7, King E8, black actually escapes without losing anything. So now, guys, this is actually not such an obvious position at all. I think there are real ideas of Queen H5, G3, and like F4 on the board. So for example, let's say we push this pawn because we want to go B5. In general, that would be great. Now black has multiple ways to play. So Queen H5, G3, and F4 is one of them. You know, it just gets really crazy, and really crazy is not what Hikaru needs. There's also other moves on B4. I mean, there's G3 that looks a bit scary. Like I wouldn't be so at ease in this position.
Me neither.
Was
this is terrifying?
Yeah, I mean, actually, guys, we're back in unclear territory. Hikaru, thankfully, Hikaru always finds the computer move, Rook E1.
Wow, Rook E1.
Threatening this and that. That's actually a really nice tactical threat.
Yeah,
so
what do you do against
time for that? That's cool. Yeah, there's no time for like this because of that, guys. And then you pick up either the rook or the queen. So that is pretty nice. A nice move by Hikaru. Definitely, you know, raining on Duda's parade a little bit here. Yes, let's spam some flowers, guys, because Hikaru does need to not lose. Like, I don't know how he's going to feel if he loses this game. I think it just is the kind of thing that can break you, you know, to go from 4-0 to like, you know, 4-3. So we don't want to see that, guys. I think this game is the one he needs to end the match on. So
yeah, it needs to end right here. He's also in a better position. He's ahead on the clock. Like, if he manages to lose this game, I don't think it can get any worse.
Right. Yeah. If he loses, we need to bring Bach for game 4 against Duda. Yeah, well, perhaps.
Yeah, I was the lucky charm for Reykjavik, but not today.
Yeah, Reykjavik was great. I mean, you definitely brought Hikaru that important luck on Amaya. All right, so King E8. So he's like finding this way out of the check on A7, but apparently not like a very good move. Let's see why not. Well, okay, this is a tricky move to find. You have to see pin really well.
Wow.
Yeah, you're basically opening up this. I think Hikaru can find it, but the idea is we're going to win one of these rooks.
Yeah.
Since you can't take me, like I can just do that and queen c7 and pick up that rook. So that's one of the good things that Hikaru can find after king e8. It's not his only good move, but there's also an exchange sack. Would I go for that?
Probably unnecessary. Like the king is escaping.
So. I just don't really know why you would need that. It just feels like you're not.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, you're not like, okay, actually, it's nice. It's nice. Well, Hikaru's got his choice. He went for bishop d4. There you go.
Yeah, so, that looks a bit more natural than that line.
Yeah, nice. Bishop d4. I mean, he's really close to winning now, guys.
Yeah, this is looking very good. I mean, it's very concrete. There is direct threats in the position. How do you defend this? And if you remove the bishop simply to some other square, white can always take on c6. So the best you probably can do here is play bishop d6 and just cover this rank, the 6th rank, so you don't lose a rook.
I don't know, giving up that c6 pawn with check is not going to feel good to Duda.
No.
It kind of feels like, yeah, he's giving up a really important pawn.
Wait, actually, if bishop d6, queen takes c6, aren't you exposed to like back rank kind of problems at some point? I mean, this king is not able to run away to g7.
Well, he went for bishop d4, queen c6.
Okay.
King e7. So, all right, Hikaru's got this in the bag. He's up in exchange.
It's 4 minutes.
Just a pure exchange. He needs to figure out some way to like trade the rooks and get like either a queen trade or the rook in. I like queen c8 as a move. He might want to do something to stop g3 though. I mean, queen c8 threatens like an invasion of the rook to e6.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think, I don't know, is this move more prudent or does it, I guess it is more prudent. Maybe just g3.
Yeah, it stops f4 altogether.
Yeah, because this is really black's only idea.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you've got a knockout blow for white, then this is the thing to do. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, after queen c8, how do you escape a queen trade? Because I feel like if the queens are off the board, it's a really simple win.
Yeah, I guess we are trying to just trade there, right?
Yeah, and that should end the game. Like, you're not stopping this pawn on a2.
I really feel like he will play g3 and he just played it because you know why? I've seen Hikaru's games. He's got a very good sense of taking away opponents' ideas. Certainly they're tactical ideas like that and just marginally improving the king. So I feel like, yes, it's something we've seen in his games before and he finds it pretty easily.
That's interesting. So would Hikaru accept a draw offer? Is asked in the chat. I don't think so. I think he will make sure he gets the full point here.
Yeah, he's not risking too much. Can he go queen d8? Because if they take your pawn, you can come in with rook c6. And his king is in big trouble. Okay, that seems fine. Anytime you're attacking the bishop with a tempo, it's okay.
Yeah, preparing rook c7 as well.
Mm-hmm. How do we get the 6th rank? It seems really hard to do that.
Yeah.
Should we just go like b3 or something? Like that might be my choice, Anamaya. Like, but Hikaru, maybe he'll go for this pawn instead, the d pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, the d5 pawn is now hanging. So yeah, if you play rook b4, you will simply get hit by with like a3, I guess. Or queen d2
so
simply.
Now, okay, Duda is getting really low on time, so I don't envy him at all. That's tough.
It's a deja vu.
Yeah, I think he's done what he could, but he was really having too much of a mountain to climb today. You know, he did a good job. It's great to come out with 2 wins. He definitely made it interesting for us, but ultimately he just played a little too crazy in that final game. Okay, now bishop f2 is just giveaway chess, right? We just take, take and like go back to safety. I mean, there's not even queen b6 doesn't do anything there.
Yeah, you just cover like rook c5, queen e3, you name it. Whatever you prefer.
All right, guys, your stress is over. Hikaru, you know, did stress us out for a little while, but you know, finally he just ends this match. All right.
Ooh, okay, that was getting close. A lot of respect to Duda for still trying and making the best out of it, but Hikaru wins in the end with a score of 5-2.
Yeah, and by the way, Duda did shake Hikaru's hand after this game. Yeah, showing that he's not a bad sport at all. Well,
good point.
Yeah, good guys. I mean, we knew that Hikaru was going to win today in advance, but it definitely did not go in the path that we expected. Let's see some other exciting games. We got Giri versus Radjabov. Ooh, yes. Yeah, Radjabov winning again. All right. Let's look at it from Radjabov's perspective. He's got an extra exchange. He's got beautiful C-file play. He's got a lot of time. Giri has none. I'm telling you guys, I really want this match to go to some sort of a tiebreak. Now there's no checkmate.
Rooting against my fellow countryman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but
it's okay.
But some match here needs to go to the end, right? Because we don't want just games to be over, like the matches to be over in 7 rounds. Why am I happy for Radjabov? I mean, well, first of all, guys, I like to see a comeback. I don't want to see a rollover in each match where there's no suspense. I mean, suspense is what makes it interesting to watch. And right now, if Radjabov wins, it's going to be tied, and we're going to have a really exciting last game and possibly an exciting tiebreak for the advancement to the semis. Right? That's really what we're looking for. So yeah, that's my number one reason for rooting for Radjabov.
Yeah, it's always nice to root for the underdog, right? In a match, you see a huge difference in the score, and then you want to see that comeback. And before we have a look at the game, I would like to share that Samosev Jan is also on a comeback. He is completely winning in his game against Nihal Sarin.
All right, let's take a look. So
we might have 2 tie breaks. We never know.
Wow. I mean, it's a very impressive position he's built up against this king. I've never seen a weaker king than this. Is it possible to have a worse king than that? Anamaya, like have every single white piece in an attacking position against your king. Like that really is special. We'll take a look later at what, well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe the Radjabov game is still more suspenseful because he hasn't quite won. And he actually made a really good choice here. I was wondering if he would find it. He traded the queens and then he went F4, and that was his cleanest way to win. In fact, he made a good choice there with that F4 move. Now, because there's always some counter play with this pawn, right? But he needs to use the weakness of the back rank. So he's doing that. Mm-hmm. And then did he just win that pawn? Oh, interesting.
Oh, and after knight takes rook f5.
Wait, this wasn't very good. Hold on. None of that was very good. Oh, man.
Hold on there. Bishop d6, and there's a fortress.
Oh, no. What did he just do? What did he do?
Oh, my.
He's not going to win this game. Oh, whoa.
Wait, what?
Oh, my gosh. He just won. He did just win.
Quickly.
Blunder by Anish Giri. That was incredible, guys. That was so crazy. Did you just see what he did? He was in a drawn position. He literally didn't have to do anything. I don't know, move the king. He played there thinking he was going to win the pawn. He missed the check and he was losing the bishop due to the pin.
Oh
Incredible.
My gosh. Literally king b1, king a1, and that's it. That's all you need to do. Oh my goodness.
Wow. No, this is a crazy game, but Radjabov really gave that away with his tactic. That didn't work out. But anyway, guys, that chess is fun. Okay. Now let's go and see Sam Sevian, how he checkmates this king.
Yeah, because I mean, it looks completely winning, but you still have to prove that. I mean, it just looks amazing for white, but those knights are a bit annoying on g5 and h5.
Yeah, they're a bit annoying. Probably not as annoying as these bishops. You know, how do you get bishops like that against the king? I need a lesson from Sevion because I really would like to get some bishops like that. And especially missing a G pawn, yeah? What opening led to this disaster? 24 moves, guys, like 24 moves. It means like he barely, you know, got out of the opening. All right, Sam needs to be a little careful here. Well, where are the tactics, Anamaya?
I can't stop looking at knight takes h6. Like, that's just so appealing to me. I'm just not sure how to actually execute this.
Yeah.
But it looks so appealing to me because it feels like this knight will be taken off the board any moment. And then there's still a pawn h6 left. So I want to get rid of that and clear some files.
Yeah, this is, I mean, this, I don't know if he's going to go for this one because it looks like black is still holding on. And I think finding this move is a bit much. I mean, if Sam finds it, I'll be super impressed. I just don't really think that's the kind of thing you find in these moments. So he went for queen h5, queen c6, and now, all right. All right, Hikaru is going to be joining us, guys, for an interview. That's going to be fun to talk to him.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes, hi Hikaru, congrats.
Thank
you gave your fans a bit of a heart attack today, Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean, well, I just fell asleep at the wheel in the first game. And yeah, this sort of started things off on a very bad path. I mean, I never should have lost this first game. If I don't lose that game, I saved myself like 2 hours of my life. But you know, it is what it is. Second game, I mean, Duda played very well, obviously. I mean, the thing that's crazy about it is that I allowed him to get this pawn to h5. And I mean, I've probably played this exact end game, like at least like probably like 10 times against Andrekin in the RCC and Title Tuesday. And like, if you go g6 and h5, generally it's completely fine for black. But I let Duda get this pawn to h5. And I mean, I had some chances to draw later, but it was actually quite unpleasant once I allowed this pawn structure to arise. Yeah, it is what it is. Third game obviously was quite messy, but I don't think I was ever in real danger, and I always thought it was a little bit easier for me to play as well, so it worked out.
Yeah, what was your... sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Anamaya.
I was wondering, what was your idea going into this match today? Were you aiming for a quick draw or some simple draw early on, or were you really trying to get another win?
No, I mean, of course, a draw is fine. It's just that in the opening, I played the wrong move order. I mean, you're supposed to go c3 instead of castles, and after c3, knight f6, it takes queen f6, bishop g5, bishop f3, queen d2 just wins the game. And then I just fell asleep at the wheel, and I castled, and after knight f6 takes queen f6, I suddenly realized that the whole bishop g5 idea doesn't work anymore. So,
maybe we can show that, Hikaru, what you're talking about here. Let's find that game. So was it this one? No, hold on. There's a lot of games here. Maybe was it this? No, that was not it. No. And that's not it. And we keep going down. I don't know. Somehow I think it's a second. Isn't it? Somehow I can't, you know, it's not showing me enough of those games. Yeah. Sorry, it's like
I mean, it's okay. At any rate, I mean, I messed up the opening. It still probably was okay for me, but I was just very, very careless. I mean, Duda gave me chances in the first game to where I probably should have been able to save it, but it wasn't meant to be. And yeah, that's how it goes. Second game obviously was, you know, Duda played very well. Probably I should have drawn it towards the end with this. I could have played this rook c3 move and gone to a rook and pawn endgame. Once I didn't do that, I mean, he played all the best moves, so you know you have to give credit where credit is due. And then this final game, it was very messy, but I came out on top.
Yeah, were you shocked by this f5 move like we were?
No, I mean, I sort of thought he would do something crazy because the thing is, if you don't do something like f5 or knight b4 right away, I think white's completely fine. If not, maybe even a little bit better. So I actually thought he might play f5 here because if I played bishop h4, I think f5 was also an idea as well. So instead of bishop e3, if I go bishop h4, I think f5 might work there as well. So like I kind of expected it actually. I thought he would do something crazy. But again, as it turns out, it's nothing really special for black, I don't think.
What were your feelings like after losing these two games? Like, do you get a sense of like panic? Like, wow, I could actually blow this? Or how do you like reset yourself to finally get things back on track?
I mean, the simple answer is, just playtime is over. You basically just you buckle down and you focus and you take care of business. That's the bottom line. I mean, again, it's easier to do that with white than it is with black, of course, but that's the bottom line. It's just like playtime's over, be serious, and just close it out. And that's what I did.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
In your next match, you'll be facing Wesley. So how excited are you for this match?
I mean, it's gonna be fun to play against Wesley. Obviously, we both were playing in Iceland, like a couple days before. So it's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it. I think the best thing is when you go into matches like this. The good thing is that if I win this match, I'm happy. But even if I lose this match, I'm still somewhat okay with that, because obviously Wesley and I are good friends. So yeah, I mean, it's win-win for everybody. So I'm just looking forward to playing good chess.
Wow, some crazy things have happened in the Sevian game. I'm so sad for Sam. He had the most overwhelming position, and he's gotten himself to like no time and basically lost the whole attack. So he might not actually get that point.
Yeah, I mean, chess is tough. What can you say? And I mean, the thing is, Nihal obviously is, I played him in some regular blitz and also 960 recently. I mean, he's very crafty with very limited time on the clock. And yeah, it looks like Sam is unfortunately not going to win this anymore. So probably Nihal is going to win the match now, which of course is, I mean, very, very bad news for the Final Four, because, the hope is that everybody would be here in Toronto for that. But I mean, I guess Anish is now tied. It looks like Sam is in trouble. So it'll be pretty sad if it's like, Wesley and I are literally the only two guys in the room sitting at computers playing each other. That'd be pretty sad, but we'll see.
What I wanted to ask you, Hikaru, maybe you can tell us something about this moment. Do you think that this was a mouse slip by Radjabov? Because he actually played this move. Like, he had 7 minutes on the clock in his previous round's match. And I mean, I guess the question is, like, was he trying to take the pawn, which would have made a lot of sense? Did you guys hear anything about that on the ground? No,
but I mean, obviously that has to be the case. But that's also why, to me, it's a little bit strange that that these games are feeding rated, because mouse slips can happen. And I mean, it's like, if a mouse slip happens, I mean, over the board, that's not possible. So that is one of the issues I have with this being feeding rated, is that it is possible. And obviously, rook takes c2 is the move he meant to play. I mean, this is
okay.
Team.
I don't know. It wasn't obvious to me. I mean, for example, like, because over here, like, we saw some things at Hikaru that, were a little bit shocking. Like,
what happened?
I mean, it was a complete draw.
Like this was the
position. He played rook d4. Oh my.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty shocking. Okay, he had 11 seconds, but obviously still must feel really bad.
Oh no, that's actually horrible.
Yeah,
that's horrible. Oh my gosh. That is not a mouse slip. He just blundered. But
yeah, yeah, that's clear.
But it's actually interesting over here, because like Radjabov was apparently totally winning, but he went for like a very bad trade where he was thinking, I don't know what he was actually thinking, but he needed to think more.
Okay, well, again, it's easier when you're not playing to say, like,
I agree.
They're playing horrible.
Totally
like, it's just terrible idea, not thinking at all. But yeah, that actually is surprising. But I'm guessing Timur was worried about h6, h7 to be fair,
it's not obvious how to stop it, right? Like,
but I mean, to me, a3 is just winning. No, a3 and then some rook c2, king b1, bishop e2, bishop d3. I assume is just winning.
So a3. But what if they still go h6?
Yeah, rook c2.
You're coming in.
No. I mean, other rook to c2. There's rook b1 though, so maybe it's not so simple.
This is how. So basically, in all of these ideas, you're always going king b1, and unfortunately, I don't have bishop e4.
No, but I mean, okay. So say you play rook c2 right here. No, rook c2 first. Actually, is simple, because then king b1, you have some bishop e2 with rook c1, bishop d3. I assume that should be winning. And
you're threatening, rook c1. That is tricky. So I guess black has to continue playing for that mate.
Mm-hmm.
That game just came up, so that was a draw. Let me actually bring that up. That was a pretty interesting one that they had, Giri versus wait, why is it not cooperating? I feel like my mouse. Okay. It's not working. But yeah, that was an interesting game. So I mean, that's the closest match. And it's exciting because this one might actually go to a tiebreak. What are your predictions for this match? Because Radjabov has come back from a 2-point deficit here today, Hikaru.
I mean, Radjabov is white in game 8, right?
Yeah, he's white.
Yeah, I mean, I think either it's going to be a quick draw or Timur is going to try to put pressure. Obviously, Anish must be feeling the nerves, the pressure. I mean, there's a lot of stake on the line. There's a lot at stake. So At the end of the day, it's going to be interesting. I probably would have to give Timur a slight edge, having come back all the way from 2 points down. I mean, the momentum is with him. So I'd be kind of surprised if he doesn't try here to win the game. But I mean, it would also be pretty awesome when we've got the classic clown fiesta to finish it off, with an Armageddon. So we'll see. Yeah.
Well, we're hoping for that. We would like to have.
It would be very exciting.
And commentate.
Yeah. So I mean, again, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I see the chat is having a lot of fun at my expense. But anyway, at the end of the day, it's gonna be pretty exciting. I mean, I expect this match to. I'm gonna say it'll be a draw probably, and they'll go to Armageddon. I think Nihal, he's gonna be white in game 8. I think Nihal's probably gonna lock it up. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, Sam has had a lot of promising positions against Nihal, right? So I think this one that, we saw was one of those beautiful positions ever. And no, that's not it again.
No, but I mean, yesterday in game 4, he had these great pawns on the queen side too, and he didn't win that game. And now, I mean, oh wow, he had this position.
Yeah, this one, right? Like, doesn't that look really, really impressive for white?
I mean, this looks like game over.
Right. Well, that's what that ended in a draw. That's the one that you just saw that ended in that perpetual. So it is super sad. I mean, he's getting these winning positions. I mean, if he can just win a game, he's only 1 point behind. He still has a chance.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 2 positions that I don't even know what to say. Like that just looks so completely winning. To not win that is, I mean, tragic for Sam. But maybe he'll do something last game. We'll see.
Knight H6 move, which
I mean. Well, I guess the thing is he was worried about take 6, knight h3, and then queen g6 forcing an endgame. That's probably why he didn't do it. But I'm guessing that you can probably just hide the king on h2 and then go like queen h7, queen f6 or something, and that's probably winning. But I see why he didn't do it, because he saw take 6, knight h3, and thought g takes h3, queen g6, and it's a draw. Right, but after king h2, queen h7, queen f6, that's probably winning because the knight is still trapped on h3.
Right.
Or you can even maybe take on f7, but. Yeah, I mean, something like this was probably winning, so it's quite sad, of course. But there's a lot on the line.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot on the line. I mean, I mean, if you win your match, that's an extra $25,000. So I think the nerves probably are getting the best of Sam. But again, he's gotten the positions. He just probably has to get better at converting them.
So Radjabov, you said he's playing from Belgrade, right?
Correct. Yes, he and Nihal and Andre. Well, Andrekin's eliminated, but yeah, 3 of the guys are playing from there, and 5 are here in Toronto, or I guess 4 now. So we'll see. We'll see who makes it through.
All right, Hikaru. So we're going to let you go. Good luck tomorrow in your match against Wesley. We're looking forward to it.
Absolutely, should be fun. All right, see you guys.
All right, guys. It was great to talk to Hikaru. Just see. His approach, right? He just said it was time to get back to business after those 2 shocking losses, slightly shocking, right? When all he needed was a draw, but he got back to business and won this 3rd game pretty easily. I guess like rolled up his sleeves and got back to work is the way I would put it.
Yeah, exactly. It's really interesting to hear his thoughts about the games and how he feels during those games, because it's really interesting to hear that. You don't get to hear that often. So it's really nice to hear some insights.
Yeah, he's so quick. Like he's like so quick at pointing out to us what he thought that Sam was thinking. It makes a lot of sense, right? Because that kind of insight is really, in my opinion, is kind of priceless. We want to hear that, right? Like, because you can look at this game, you can be like, okay, Sam messed up this huge advantage. How could he do that? But in reality, like, it's not that simple when you got seconds and you're like looking at this position and you're like, okay, if I take the knight, there's a queen trade. I might not winning that end game. And like, and here I'm still down a piece and they can defend against checkmate, like, and figuring out that you're actually winning and seeing, I don't know, some move like that on the side of the board and even realizing like, why is that one so winning, right? Like, it's not trivial, right? So he just gave us some good insight as to why Sam had trouble wrapping this one up. Yeah. And Mugglebaum says, Hikaru somehow manages to be both very professional and just view his competitive chess career as a fun hobby. Yeah, I agree. He definitely seemed to have struck like a really good balance with that.
It's very inspiring.
Yeah, and it was great to really have him here and like comment on the other players' games. Like, This Radjabov game, did I find it? Yeah, like this one, guys. I'm still trying to figure this one out. It's like it was not easy for Radjabov. Like I get it, he's got to somehow play against this king, but I can understand why in the heat of battle he went for this. Although here's the thing, though, he had a lot of time. So if I had 4 minutes here, I guess I would spend more time because this one definitely. Well, it just doesn't look like you're going to be able to win, right? So why do that when you can actually think for like, I don't know, 3 minutes and come up with maybe something better? But it wasn't so easy. Like even rook c2, bishop f4, like there's no mate here. So like, let's just try the computer's favorite and see if we can make any sense of this position. Rook g2. Okay, you can't take me, it's mate. You go back. Yeah, suddenly
it's not easy at all.
Yeah, but this thing that Hikaru was showing us was quite nice, though. He said,
it was rook c2,
and then this bishop e2 to d3
bishop
idea. This one I think he pointed out. Is that one working? I mean, it looks pretty good. In most situations, it works. I mean, there's crazy stuff where they like try to fork you. Yeah, so it's not so easy, but somehow this one offers you better chances to win, of course, than the one that he got into. Yeah, no, but definitely, guys, it also was not trivial for Radjabov. Like, I don't have the feeling that it was so easy to conjure up some mating attack against this king, and this pawn does look very annoying.
Yeah, so we have 2 matches still going on. I think it's time to go for a short break before we head into round 8 of the quarterfinals. 2 matches still going on. Anything can still happen. I'm super excited to see what will happen in round 8 and see you on the other side of the break.
Hey guys, we're back for our coverage of chess.com Global Chess Championships. Our guy Hikaru has made it through to the semis, but we have one final game for you today. It might be the final game. There might also be tie breaks after this. So we got two matches going on, Radjabov versus Giri and Sevian versus Nihal Sarin. So Radjabov, Giri, they're currently tied. If they draw this game, it goes to a tie break. Sevian needs to win. He just managed to not win a totally winning position, and must be a bit, heartbreaking for him, but he has one more chance. He's going to have to win with the black pieces though.
Yeah, so let's see what is happening in this game. So it was, the first one was d4, right? So this seems pretty similar what they've played previously, the Queen's Gambit type of structure with the bishop on b4. This bishop feels a little bit misplaced right now. I mean, it can be kicked any moment by move like a3, but yeah, on d6 it will be much better placed. But this looks pretty normal for both sides. Black has a pair of bishops. There's nothing too crazy going on, and I feel like black is easily consolidating here.
Yeah, white has chosen a very solid line against the Rogozin defense. This is the Rogozin defense. So he's chosen not to go for CD, ED, and then bishop G5. He goes for this. Then when the bishop gets attacked, you actually cannot move him back because then they wind up taking this pawn. And after E4, there's G5, and then you have a problem with the E4 pawn. So basically that's the reason that if you go bishop G5, you're generally just capturing on F6. And then, okay, you can play E3 right away. He goes for this line. There's also like a check you can always throw in if you want to force the knight to C6, if you want to make the case that he's worse there. He doesn't actually force the knight to C6. It's a little unusual like that. He's playing very solid, but of course this cannot be like a very ambitious way of playing for white. We're in a Carlsbad structure here, Anna-Maya, right? These pawns, like a very classical pawn structure that everyone should know.
Yeah, but I would say typically white has a really nice edge in those structures, but what I really like about black's position is there's so much more play than typically. The bishop is on G5 and black is a little bit tied up with the pieces, but here there's a lot of play for black, so I would not be too unhappy taking the black pieces here.
Yeah, it's interesting that Radjabov just immediately decides to change the pawn structure with this very committal move E4. I can't emphasize what a big deal this type of move is in these positions, guys, because it completely changes the pawn structure. And so instead of the kind of typical plans we have of the minority attack, we're not going to have that plan at all. We're going to go play with an isolated pawn. You're going to make the case that somehow you got enough of initiative here on the E file, that black is a little bit cramped. But is it really enough, right? Like, yeah, Giri just goes and trades. I'm assuming that Radjabov's strategy here is just to play a very solid game and make a draw. That's what looks like to me. But honestly, again, I don't love that strategy with the white pieces, guys. You play for a draw. Black has total control over that square. Pieces are getting traded. I suppose maybe you should take that pawn and just give away the one on B2, and maybe you will get the draw. At least those pawns will both be weak.
Yeah, I mean, Radjabov has been playing very well today. There were some really exciting games, so it's surprising to see that he's opting for such a position. Looks pretty drawish to me as well. But maybe the queen might get in trouble if you're not careful.
Yeah, thankfully she still has a couple of squares. So nothing really happens to her. I think, yeah. I mean, probably black would recapture, and okay, black is totally fine in this position. I just don't like playing this way as white, guys, no matter what the situation. It's actually the position on the board. He did go for this, and this. And so here we are. Yeah, I mean, really unambitious way of playing for white. I'm not thrilled about Radjabov's choice because I think it's quite clear that he's playing for a draw here and just cannot hope for more, which is not a great way to make a draw.
Yeah, let's see what Radjabov comes up in this position, because this pawn on c6 is also weakness. But the problem for white is, it's just not easy to actually hold on to that pawn, because bishop d5 can happen any moment, and this bishop will be defending the pawn on c6 forever, and you have to figure out what to do with your knight on f3 that will be under attack. So it's not very simple here for white, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to get nothing with the white pieces, there are more safe ways to get nothing, right? Like, because here black has, all the active ideas belong to black, right? Like knight d5 to f4, or like bishop d5 pointing at the king. I mean, white has potential problems with the king. Black doesn't, right? The rook's on the second. I mean, why in the world would you ever want this position as white? Again, like, just because the computer says it's equal doesn't really mean, that the initiative doesn't belong to black, right? Like, white is the one who has to equalize. Maybe white has to make a move like that, try to challenge this bishop. Yeah, I mean, okay, if you get the trade of bishops, I do feel like that helps white get out of the danger zone somewhat. And on this move, I mean, kind of sharp play is going to start where this pawn is under attack and this pawn is under attack. But I just don't think white's going to go for lines like this, because, I mean, white's already showing they really want that, that simplicity. Is he really going to allow all of this to happen? I doubt it. We're going to see. We're going to see, Anamaya.
Yes.
I know I'm a little hard on the players when I feel like they're not ambitious with the white pieces.
No, it's totally fair. I mean, I would not want to go to Armageddon because it feels like a coin flip, feels too much risk to go for an Armageddon, and you don't even know which color you're taking just yet. Or do they? I have to double check that.
Yeah, I mean, here,
Oh,
Sam Sevion in a must-win situation, you can actually see from his choice of opening, what situation he's in. How is it going to work out? It's not easy, guys, to be in a must-win as black and playing these types of systems. I mean, white certainly has the easier game with the center, but this is how people play these days, to try to, take the game out of theory. There's even like ideas of playing the sort of, I guess it's a hippo-like setup.
Yeah.
We're going to see how this develops, because this is still just the beginning. Yeah, there we go. There's the outlines of that knight e7 move happening. Black goes like b6, bishop b7, knight e7. They basically don't cross the 6th rank until much later. That's fine. I think from Sam's point of view, it's a fine choice of opening. You're in a must win as black. Where are you going to find that those chances? So he just tries something that's a little bit dubious, but it's fine for the situation.
Yeah, I guess playing for risk here is not too bad. I mean, white will have to prove that something's going on here. But what if you just decide to do nothing here with white? Because I'm curious to see how black will be able to put some pressure on white's position in this dubious opening.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, black will try to break out, right? So at some point, we will see moves like maybe d5. I don't know. He needs to put the knight here, right? He's definitely putting the knight there, isn't he? Or is he going to go with b6, bishop b7 first?
Yeah, both moves seem perfectly fine, but he goes for knight e7 first. And as you said, you can think of pawn breaks like c5, f5 at some point, developing the bishop to b7. There's a lot of ideas in this position for black. Also d5, not to forget. So yeah, we'll have to see how Nihal plays here in the next few moves.
Yeah, I guess the time to castle for black. And I guess the question is also, should we go b6? Oh, interesting. Sam decides it's not time to castle. It's time to fight for the center. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. All right, let's go take a look at Radjabov's game. And why can't I find it? It's not a draw yet, is it? Oh my gosh, it is a draw.
Oh, it is.
I was like, how could that be a draw already? And so after rook ac1, so Anish didn't even really try. Oh man, Gosh, these guys.
Wait, that's
just
really
play a little
surprising.
bit, you know? Play. That's not a draw. This is not a dead draw. Black is obviously, you know, a little bit to be preferred, right? Like, I mean, more of the aggressive ideas belong to black.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Anamaya. I feel like Anish, I mean, they both did some things I don't really approve of, right? Which is that White just made no effort to do anything with the white pieces, no effort at all. He actually got himself a tiny bit worse. And then Anish, with you know, a little bit more time on the clock, just decides to go rook b6 and offer a draw.
Yeah, it's I mean, I guess because he's playing with the black pieces, he was more inclined to go for a draw, and he's happy to go for Armageddon, I guess. But given the position, I mean, it looks very promising for black specifically. So I'm not sure why he decided that it's a good time to go for a draw. I guess he just didn't want to waste energy and just be ready for the Armageddon.
Look at that. Like, we just found a way that he could like possibly even win a pawn. So bishop d5, it threatens that knight, right? That's one of the main ideas. Now, when the knight goes, you just do a discovery against that pawn. So that's pretty simple. Then you take. Now, okay, they can't even take because they lose the bishop. So, okay, black has won a pawn. So keep playing. I mean, white still has to get it back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so these guys, well, I guess they wanted to treat us to an Armageddon game. That's nice of them.
Yeah. They listen to you.
Yeah, I think there is one Armageddon game at the end. It's basically, they don't play, they don't really play like a match of tie breaks. They just play one game to decide it all.
Yeah, and it will be in bidding procedure. So basically the players have the opportunity to bid up to 15 minutes, and the lowest bid gets 15 minutes, gets black pieces and their bid, and the player with the white pieces gets 15 minutes. And white needs to win the game in order to win the match, and black has drawing odds. So we'll see, I guess, later on what their bids are.
Yeah, so Queen E8. So we have one game to follow, guys. It is the game of Sam Sevian. To see, can he make his way? I guess we can look at it from his perspective. Can he make his way to the Armageddon game? At the moment, well, nothing is really happening that's uber exciting. He's keeping the queens on the board, right? So he just played here. What's the idea? I mean, well, the idea is he's got to get off the D file, I guess, because this kind of stuff is coming. Now, there was actually an interesting move. I kind of like this one, Anamaya, because I don't love this knight, this maneuver with knight c8. Ooh. And then you're just on time, actually, to get your knight here.
That looks like a really nice spot, yeah.
And you're threatening a bunch of things, but also it's just like you've cleared up that square for the queen. I think he definitely missed a nice opportunity for this because Queen E8 is like nowhere near as harmonious. And he might not get a chance for this maneuver anymore because there's Queen D2. And then, you know, he'll have to go Rook D8. Well, okay. I mean, he still might have a chance to do that this game, but Nihal played Queen E2.
It just looks a bit odd. Do you think he's preparing for a move like F5, or do you think it's too early?
Yeah, good question. You know, this kind of idea is always possible for black, actually. Is it too early? Wow. I mean, it's like you just want to go F5, F4. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah, I think in any like blitz game, I would just do it automatically because I get a lot of space and some attack going on the king side.
Yeah, I don't think it's like such an obvious move to refute, but of course it feels a little risky, right? With the pressure here and the diagonal.
Maybe so Queen C4 check is already a problem.
Yeah, Queen C4 winning a pawn. That might be the real problem, right? Because like otherwise, if it wasn't for that, like it wasn't that clear to me, like what you're doing about these pawns. But in general, when white has a lot of centralization, sometimes there's even sacks against these pawns and this king gets opened up. So I think Sevian went for the solid knight c8. So he actually hears us pointing this out, and he puts knight c8 on the board. So the knight at least is going to come to a decent square. And Nihal is like, nope, I'm ready to trade pieces. Maybe a5 now to go bishop a6. Because you don't want to just go there and let them trade everything. Savion's got to keep it a bit more complicated than that. So I think he will play that move. It's a good positional move. Okay, he goes with the other.
Okay, he goes for h5. So f5 will pretty much be out of question. I mean, you can still play it, but it doesn't look that great anymore together with h5. But I can see h4 working out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he wants to bring this knight there. Go h4, I mean, knight h5 at some point. Yeah, I would say the knight of 6 is a move I would be looking at here. Can you go h4? I'm just afraid that h4 is a little premature because
Queen g4, and then you have to think about defending that pawn. Bishop g5 follows up. Looks a bit iffy.
Yeah, all right. Well, so this is still not the move he's going to play, just too simplified. So he's either going to go a5 or knight f6. I mean, how bad is this move really? Like, why can't we do that? I mean, it seems fine for the position. I mean, I guess the issue is like this knight is stuck, right? So like, you're not really going to mate white with a knight sitting on c8. So that's why I think a5 is really quite nice, because it just gives you a chance to bother white a little bit, right? Like, you know, at some point you will play bishop a6. You know, this move is going to happen, and then you can try to get the knight out. So I'm advocating for Sam to think of this a5 move. It's a reasonable move in every sense, because there's no piece that's really going to use the b5 square as a result of that.
Yeah, what do you do? I think I agree. A5 looks really promising, but will he actually play that? Because it seems like he's focusing on the king side more.
Yeah, he's focusing on the king side, but I'm still hopeful on Amaya.
Yeah, you're so hopeful.
Yeah, I am, because of the knight, because he knows like he needs to put the knight there, and he knows he doesn't want to trade. So I just feel like with that information, what other conclusion can he come to?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just really hard to see how to create some play here with the black pieces. White is extremely solid. E4 pawn is defended really well. And there's just not much going on right now. Like, you cannot create a lot of play here. And he plays the move a5 indeed.
Yay, go Sam. All right. A5, and now, Queen E7. You know, I mean, I really think he's doing all right for the situation that he's in, because look, the game is still complicated enough. There's queens on the board. Yes, this pawn structure in the center is pretty symmetric, but you can win positions like that. You just got to keep the game going long enough. There's enough of an imbalance here that you can eventually make something of it. So in this position, okay, Queen E7. And also you got to remember, like, Nihal is in this sort of draw mode. He needs a draw, but sometimes when that's all you need, you play less ambitiously and you see the initiative to the opponent. We've seen that happen today. So I don't think this game it's guaranteed that Sam cannot win. I think if we send him some flower power, you know, he might make it interesting for us.
Yeah, he needs to win this game in order to get into the Armageddon. A draw will not be enough. And we got word that if this match ends, the Armageddon should be starting very shortly after that.
Yeah, like look, F3. I don't know. If I am black, I'm pretty happy to see moves like this on Amaya. I mean, okay, it's a solid enough move, but don't you see like the weakness of the dark squares becoming apparent on the king side? I think like knight c5, I can see that knight coming in.
F4? Yeah. Okay.
I can see that knight coming in. And so you see, I really don't like these kinds of moves by white. And that's exactly what I mean. Like, there's bishop a6 on the board coming. There's knight e6 and eventually knight d6. And black just keeps going, you know, just tries to improve the position as white is getting kind of like too defensive here.
Yeah, and it doesn't really like the pieces of white look so passive. I mean, bishop a6 looks really nice for black, and you can already see that white is starting to get into some trouble here. And it's not so clear what white's plan is at this point.
Yeah, white's plan, I got no idea. White's plan is to try to not let things get worse. I mean, maybe to reposition this knight, which is already doing nothing. So there is an idea of maybe going like knight f1, move the bishop back, try to get the knight to e3. But again, at some point, you got to watch out for this move. And I mean, do you want to put your knight on c4 into the pin? I don't know.
Ugh.
Right? So that's the reason that also maybe you might want to move your queen out of that square altogether. But what I like is that, okay, he's catching up on the clock to Sam, and he's not playing too confidently.
Yeah, he's being a bit too defensive, I feel like, and that might hurt his chances. I mean, it looks very promising for black in this position. I would definitely take the black pieces here. I mean, there's so much potential. The square f4, the knight coming to d6, and the bishop having access through a6. And white's pieces are pretty sad, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, you know, like he can go to e2, he can start that. I suppose on that move, I would just go knight d6, right? I would just kind of come up. And I can tell you one thing, like I see the computer offering up some moves like that. I don't believe these moves will be played in this game. I just think psychologically, Nihal is not in the mood to do things like that, like do moves that create weaknesses, especially like f4, just, I don't know. I would be
doesn't feel
really
right.
amazed if he does that. It's not like, yeah, it's possible, but it's like you open this bishop, you open that bishop. I just don't think he's going to be doing that. I think he's going to try to keep his position solid in a different way. So knight e6, bishop d3. Okay. Trying to reposition this bishop somewhere. I don't know exactly where.
Maybe
is it going there?
c4?
Problem is he's going to get kicked from c4, right? So like we can go knight d6.
What if he wants to take the knight on e6 off the board?
No, yeah, in general, I mean, give me your bishop. I'm all right with that, you know?
Yeah, generally you would say that's just very odd, but given the fact that this bishop is on b7 and he has played move f3 to try to, you know, restrict this bishop on b7, maybe that's the idea altogether.
Yeah, this move is also very understandable by Sam because, you know, taking this knight, right, which might be the best move, is a very difficult thing to do psychologically. I mean, giving up your better bishop, opening up this bishop, I don't know, on Amaya. Like, I'm not sure he's going to take that. I'm really not sure. Like, I think there's a chance he can also just play bishop f1 and just tolerate the knight and try to trade it with knight e2. Although, you know, you can't really trade it with knight e2 because there's knight d3. So that's a problem.
Yeah, that's quite a big problem. And yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, bishop takes f4, you would not want to trade that bishop for the knight, but yeah, well, do you want to deal with that knight otherwise? I'm not entirely sure. It just looks really awkward for white, I would say. And I'm looking at the camera of Sefyan, and his camera seems to be shaking a lot. It looks like either there's like a party going on, you know?
So now, interesting, a really important moment for Sam. I mean, unfortunately, first of all, his knight is not like somewhere in e5 yet, which would have been awesome. It's not even on d6. Now, you can't really guard the pawn like this without allowing knight c4. And then obviously we don't want to lose that bishop in a trade. I mean, by the way, you know, black's position is so strong that he actually can lose the bishop and be, you know, absolutely fine. Like, I think black is doing fine here because he can just support the queen like that. And I don't really see any problems for black. But you know, he also wants to be more ambitious. So after knight e2, he goes bishop h6. Okay. Knight d4. Ooh. And bishop g5. Look at that. That is a really tricky invasion.
Wow. Oh my goodness. The bishop is infiltrating, and look at the square at g3. Like, if the bishop can just sit there, sooner or later there might be an attack launched on the king side, and then it will be very dangerous for Nihal.
Yeah, I mean, I think White's idea is something like, they're hoping maybe to activate some of their pieces like that. I like that move because I like making the rook move to a more passive square and there's no pressure on f4. So that's a good way to start. Literally, this is the one active idea that White has. Just watch out for that, Sam. And that's why probably like rook e8 is a good way to start because that just gives up a pawn. So rook e8, yeah, because if you go knight d6, this is happening. He knows that. He is going to see that. He's not going to like walk into this sort of attack and then have nothing to do with his knight. So I think rook e8 is very doable for him to find. Is there anything else he could find here? I mean, I really feel like that's just the thing to start with.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tempting to play a move like c5 to attack the knight on d4, but it doesn't feel right that you're allowing the move like knight b5, and then knight d6 will be even harder to play. So, yeah, I guess rook e8 would be a nice move to play just to stop that move e5 altogether.
Yeah, I mean, Theo says we want Armageddon. Yeah, we really, guys, should be rooting for Sam in this game. He's had such a difficult kind of heartbreaking match, but he's really blown like some completely winning positions like that last one. I feel like he's spoiled a lot of chances, but he's had a lot of good positions. So I would just like to see him get another chance here. And yes, Duda is out. Jay Breezy, he's been given the boot by Hikaru.
Yeah, it was interesting because in the Fischer Runner World Championship, the players that got knocked out came back on the last day to still fight for a higher spot in the final ranking. But here they're just simply knocked out, and that's it. They will not return in this event.
You know what I'm thinking, Anamaya? This move is something the computer had mentioned. Now, it does look like a really weird way to improve the knight, but I'm actually thinking that maybe he wants to go c5, kick away this knight, then go knight c6 without getting traded, and actually try to get this knight to the outpost. I mean, that seems like a very interesting idea.
Yeah, I actually like that. I mean, after c5, if knight b5 will be played, and you'll just make this knight look a bit silly because after knight c6, what is it actually doing there? It looks like it's on a nice square and it looks dangerous, but I don't actually see what it's doing there. So I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. I mean, White also has a very interesting move here, like trying to trade the bad bishop that he has. Not the most obvious move, but it's so like it brings the queen to some kind of awkward position, but also Black's knight cannot really move now, right? So Black can go, they can go to c6, but
maybe because of queen c5. Yeah,
you have to really basically change plans here. I don't know. I actually hope we don't see knight bishop a6 because I feel like that's a pretty reasonable move for White. And Sam doesn't want to allow too many pieces to get traded. That's a little bit of a minus of that move. That's why I was saying, guys, like I really feel like this. Why didn't he like it? He didn't like it probably because bishop b5. Now I get it.
Makes sense. Yeah, now
the rook would have had to move
knight
again.
c6.
Yeah, that's why he didn't like it. Okay, now I understand. So knight a7. Okay, and
did he actually knock his camera over?
Did he? All right, bishop a6. Well, okay, Nihal is a good player. He plays the right move. He finally knocked his camera out.
Okay, no, it's still standing. We see I can see him on the screen, but yeah, he plays the move bishop a6. What a find by Nihal.
All right, well, it's definitely not the end of this struggle. So now Sam needs to figure this out. Actually, he's got a funny move going here, avoiding that trade. Well, that's just a weird move. That's just like not going to happen. I mean, Sam's creative, but like who would go for this and allowing this? I mean, I guess you can because you have the check, so you save the knight. So I guess you can go for that, but I just don't think we're going to see that. I don't know. Bishop c6 seems like a bit much of an ask and maybe not even necessary, right?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for White here is his bishop on h4. It's restricting White so much. It's really interesting because it's literally on the edge of the board, but look how many like important squares it's covering. And yeah, that makes White's task a bit harder.
Yeah, I mean, are we trying to play b5 here? It's like a very unusual move, and that's why I don't know if Sam could really even think of such things. Rook fb8 with this idea, and then you're kind of giving up that pawn, and who knows, maybe you go c5. Is that the point? But okay, of course the queen can go back, so it's like the knight is still here. You know,
Yeah.
I get it that the computer thinks that this is, you know, better for black, but it's not so simple. It's not so simple to kind of switch to playing the sort of light square strategy. So I do think this is going to be an important moment for Sam, like right here. What is he going to do? It's he took on a6. Is he going to play rook fb8 or what else is there really for him?
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that he's not willing to trade pieces, you know? So, yeah, he needs to figure out a way to develop this knight on a7 without trading and losing material, especially. But, yeah, maybe because he wants to figure out how to develop the knight, this idea will come to mind. Either b5, rook fb8 to prepare b5. And after he will be able to play c5, the knight will be able to get out easier. So
there's like a crazy move here with b5 immediately. I mean, just, you know, starting like the dynamics in the position, basically with the idea, like if they take, you're going to go for that pawn, get your rooks to the second, sacking a pawn, but obviously the rook has a lot of power and the knight on d2 is not so good. Okay, he goes for rook fd8.
okay.
That's fine. It's a good, sensible move. I'm a little concerned about his time. He's down like a minute and a half on the clock. And is that going to be an obstacle for him to win this game? Because chances are still good. I mean, he's done a great job of, you know, well, getting a better position as black and keeping the game complicated.
Right. How do you feel about, I was gonna say c5, and after the knight moves, like, okay, I'm guessing, is knight b5 a move, or is there no danger for that queen on
Yeah,
a6?
I think it actually is a move. Like, so if I I don't know, if I make a random move and c5, I think knight b5 is an option, but it gets kind of crazy.
Knight, I guess, gets to e5, and then the attention will be on the king side, and the white pieces, I guess, being on the queen side are not really helping white.
Yeah, so c5 is an idea. It is an idea. Okay, cool. Well, that's good to know. Sam might need to sack like a pawn for the initiative, which is not so easy. So do I remember Duda and his lack of time? Yeah, I remember, but now both players are getting low on time. Hikaru
anything can happen.
You know, Michal is really, really tricky when he gets low on time. So that's an issue, but we gotta, you know, just gotta hope that Sam is gonna like finally not throw away a promising position, right? Like, sure, he's motivated to do that. I see a lot of motivation on his face right now.
Yeah, I mean, Nihal is so resourceful. I've seen his games, and the guy is like a magician at times. So yeah, we have to see what's going to happen as the players are down to 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the problem now with c5. Okay, I like this move. It's actually a good positional move.
Wow, stopping any sort of knight b3.
Yeah. Also, I guess like with this move immediately, I guess the issue was that you might not get a chance to put the knight here. And these knights are like looking really beautiful here on the light squares. So I like Sevion's a4. Okay, now, yeah, he needs to maybe try to like get his pawns like maybe lined up, even c6, b5, like that, and then try to switch the play to the light squares and restricting that knight. Not easy. And if you go there, knight takes, there's no queen c5, right?
Not really.
Queen c5.
But maybe you just take and rook b8 again.
Yeah, where you can even go queen c5, knight d4, knight c6. I mean, you have to evaluate that, so that's pretty hard. So he goes here. Okay. At this point, guys, you got to just use your intuition, because they don't have time to calculate like, hey, can I sack a pawn? And like, what's going on in this position? I don't know. It seems possible to go for this, but there's no time to calculate. And so I would rather it not go into lines like that at all. All right. He's got the initiative, guys. He's pushed this knight back, gotten his knight to a better square. That's a clear improvement for black.
Yeah, I mean, white has still some moves, like queen d5, knight can go to c4 and stuff like that. But it's the king side that is hurting white's chances here. The knight can simply infiltrate. His bishop can come back all the way to g3, and it's looking really dangerous over here.
Yeah, he's got to get out of this knight d5 move. Knight d5 is the main idea, so he needs to make a little prophylactic move, and then he'd also have c6 ideas. I think that's the best, but it's not so obvious, because there's you got to consider that on knight d5, c6, he can take your bishop. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to get wild, guys. We're in for a ride now.
Yeah. So a question in the chat, do you think the players are using arrows? I actually don't think so.
Yeah, c6, good. I like that, guys. I love that we're not letting this knight go anywhere. So positionally good. Thankfully, this move is not possible because there's going to be queen c5 winning the knight. Because if that move were possible, white would play it. So very important that it's not.
Okay.
You know what he wants to do? He wants to go queen c5, check, rook back, connect the rooks, and then just sit on that positional advantage. That's the dream. But okay, he played b5. That's all right. He's trying to control c4. Maybe that wasn't the best. Maybe his queen needed to come in. I think that would have been better. Now there's some counterplay with c4, but it's still better for black. But c4 is going to happen. I know that's,
the problem is this d5 square, right? Once white gets the control over that, it will be very difficult.
Yeah, he just cannot let him get control over that square. But that was such a big miss. Yeah, he missed the power of the c4 move and the d5 square. And now he's going to use up his time, which is so annoying, his precious time. That might be a move that could cost him this chance to the Armageddon.
I guess, he doesn't have to take, and after c takes, indeed, rook takes b5, and the c-pawn is still covering the square d5. It's just that the c-pawn is not going anywhere just yet. Yeah,
well, now that this is becoming random, I feel like he's losing his advantage. These knights have somehow improved. You can't get rid of this guy. I definitely don't like where this is going, but, he just needs some luck now.
How about queen b3 and knight c4 type of ideas?
He's still got more time. It's a 2-second increment. Maybe bishop e7, attack this knight. How about that?
Yeah,
nice. You don't really need the bishop here anymore, Sam. All right, knight c4. Okay.
Knight goes to e3, maybe?
Sure. I don't know. That blunders something. There's some sort of tactic.
There's knight takes a4.
Yeah, okay, but he didn't do that. All right, the knight got in. That looks really nice. That looks like an improvement. Yeah, having a knight on e3. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, g4.
Desperately trying to trade that knight. Sam going all in. Wow.
Both players down to 8 seconds on the clock.
Over here. This is so crazy, guys. Well, we're going to follow along the best we can. I have no idea what's going on, but
wait, is it just the pawn the blunder?
Yeah, well, that pawn can get captured, right? Okay, so it got captured. Oh no.
This is not looking good. Where's the king going? King needs to go to h7, otherwise.
Yeah, it goes to h7, but I guess you got to hope you can win one of the rooks. Oh no, he lost his queen.
Oh, wait, what?
How did he lose the queen?
Oh, rook d6, and he sacrificed
it. That can't be good. That can't be good, right? He's got 2 rooks, but his king is totally open. Oh man.
Wait, what?
It's perpetual.
Maybe he's going for the repetition.
That's it.
Oh, that's also possible. But I think he's more than happy to go for a repetition here.
Yeah.
That would win him the match.
Somehow, I think so. Oh man, poor Sam.
Yeah, this ended in a draw.
We feel bad for you. You really came so close. You played a good game.
Yeah, that really came down to the wire. What a match.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, guys, we tried, right? I think the key is this moment right here. I'm going to bring it up right here, guys. Sam just achieved this beautiful position. And now there's one idea left for white, try to challenge this knight. And if Sam would have just gone here, not letting that move happen, the rook is protected by the bishop, and then simply focusing on improving this rook, like whether it's like that or even just go back. White is in bad shape here. White actually is really struggling with these knights to do anything. This knight is amazing. We got that space. We got that square. Yeah, White struggles to just do anything. And then he had him, he would have had him lower on the clock. And, when someone doesn't have an easy move, that's when you drain their clock, right? The problem with this move is that like C4 is, of course, it's not trivial, but it's fairly obvious that White, who's like dying to get to that square or dying to improve that knight, like they will find that move just out of necessity. And unfortunately, that was the culprit. That's when things got out of control. He lost control of the game with this move.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it was such a promising position, and the way that Nihal untangled his pieces out of this mess, it's really insane to me. And it goes to show you can have a really awful position, but you can still find a way to come back. And as I said before, Nihal is extremely resourceful, but Samuel really had good games in this match, and there was so much more potential for him, but sadly he is going home. He was the replacement of Grandmaster Levon Aronian, who last minute pulled out because of personal reasons, I believe. But yeah, he really made it interesting and a close match, especially for someone that is a replacement last minute. He was not supposed to participate here.
Yeah, he had a great match. I mean, he came in leading today, but he lost first 2 games. Definitely had his chances after that. And I feel like he will look back on this match and feel like, I really kind of threw that one away. I think that's going to be his feeling, which is always very disappointing. But on the other hand, there's positive takeaways as well, right? When you get very close to winning in a lot of games, that's a good sign. And, it just means you need a little bit more to push you over that. So I think Sam is still getting a very good experience here. And not too tragic, but I am sad for him.
Yeah, very understandable. I mean, it was a really close one. And the fact that it really came down to seconds in the very final game, I mean, it goes to show this match altogether was really interesting. It's sad to see Samuel go, but Nihal advances in the bracket, and we will see him back tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to see him tomorrow. But today, guys, we got one more important event on the schedule, and that is the Armageddon game between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. That's going to start in just a few minutes, guys. So we're going to go on a break. Stay with us to see who is going to advance to the semis. Hey guys, we're back for the last game of the day. It's the Armageddon game between Timur Radjabov and Anish Giri. Radjabov bid 14 and a half minutes. Anish bid 13:01. So he's starting the game with 13 minutes to Radjabov's 15. In an Armageddon game, there are no increments as far as I know. There is no increments for this game. Is that right, Anamaya?
That is correct. There's no increment. And I was really surprised seeing how much Radjabov wanted to take the white pieces, given the fact that we just saw the game where he had the white pieces and he was completely fine with a draw. So he is taking the white pieces again, but he has a small, 2-minute time advantage. And there's no increment. So I guess that's the advantage he wanted to go for, but it surprises me still.
Yeah, I guess he was, when you bid 14 and a half, I think you are basically saying that you would like to be white. Mm-hmm. And he probably expects Anish to bid lower. So the time advantage he's got, well, okay, it's still the same, around 2 minutes. Anish has a lot of moves here. Certainly this is one plan, using that extra pawn in the center. So that is also a good move by Anish. I do think this will happen. Or I don't know, possibly D5 will happen. I still think E5 is like the more interesting one. All right, so Timur offering a queen trade. Doesn't mean the game's going to be a draw. First of all, if there's a queen trade, you could even take with the A pawn and open up your rook. So that's why Giri pulls the queen back to C7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's surprising to see that the players haven't played this line in their match so far. So they're in new territory pretty much for this match.
Yeah, and actually Radjabov really doesn't want to blunder into knight A5, so he plays queen A3. It's a bit weird, honestly, that queen getting to the side of the board so early in the game versus that more centralized queen. Ooh. And Anish is going here. So definitely the game, I feel like it's going pretty well for Anish.
And, yeah, I mean, he also has a draw, so he's not really risking much here.
Right. I mean, even like taking if he needs at some point, like, is he going to take or is he going to push? Or something else? Because this move, maybe, does it lose a pawn or something? Bishop F6, pawn takes F3. Yeah, bishop takes G7. I mean, it's kind of a crazy line, but I would consider the move E4. But yeah, there is this whole long line to calculate where we're kind of everyone's taking something. And in the end, for some reason I made I meant a queen. And what is going on here? Well,
I guess 94 and the pawn D6 is a huge target.
Yeah, but he went for knight H5 instead. So no,
makes sense.
Rook AC1. Okay. Black's definitely got the initiative here. Maybe King H8, F5 idea. So he just goes for G5. That looks really good, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Anish is getting a lot of play. I mean, King H8 to prepare F5. There's so much play here.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing pretty quickly, and I think just like, can he really resist knight takes G3 and just getting the dark squared bishop off the board? Because it seems like a pretty simple and strong move. And honestly, you could even, well, okay, maybe you can't go and win that pawn, although you can even try that. I don't know if he's going to do that. It's maybe not the very maximalist approach, but like even this. Can someone tell me why you can't just grab the pawn? Because what if I'm just really greedy like that?
Something doesn't feel right with the queen being so exposed.
Yeah, I guess you can make the case that that black is kind of open here. But anyway, let's get back to the game. He did not take the bishop. He played bishop F5, bishop H2. All right, I think Radjabov feels pretty good about at least saving that bishop. And now probably something like rook FE1. So Radjabov still under pressure here. And I definitely like Giri's position. But I can say one good thing that Radjabov is doing is he is maintaining that edge on the clock in case he needs to flag him.
True, but you're basically giving Anisha a task here, like, okay, you have 10 minutes left, and you need to find a way to beat me in 10 minutes, you know? So that is not an easy task. I mean, all Radjabov basically needs to do is survive for 10 minutes. Shouldn't be too hard, if you look at it that way.
Yeah. Okay, so he took, interesting. Is he going to be going 94 at some point soon, or what? I mean, I guess D takes is sort of an automatic capture.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
there we go.
This move makes sense to me. But of course, ultimately, Black might be trying to play F5. 94, you're threatening knight D6. First rook A D8 will happen. Yeah, I don't know about that really trade because he actually opened the D file on Amaya, and that could help Black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really see White's plan here. I mean, the bishop is stuck on H2, and well, the only future it has is to trade the bishop with the knight on F4. This bishop on C4 it looks good, but I mean, if Black plays King H8, it doesn't really do much anymore.
Yeah, there was like a very interesting way to play like this. I mean, not very obvious, but trying to like play for these light squares. Okay, but what he did, he went for 94, and now we're expecting rook A D8 because there's no move that makes as much sense as that.
Yeah, I mean, defending the square D6 makes a lot of sense. B4, very aggressive on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, poor queen. I wonder if that queen is ever going to be improved in this game. Fortunately, there's no like discoveries against the bishop just yet. And he doesn't want to go B5, push the knight back. I mean, maybe use the queen side majority at some point. Maybe just like pull the bishop back after B5, go C4, C5. That's the dream. At the moment,
he's provoking B5.
Yeah, so he's provoking B5. Well, I think B5 is the idea. All right.
Doesn't do it. Okay.
It's all right. He's centralizing the queen a bit more, but still, I think he does want to play that move. Bishop G6, probably. Huh. He traded.
Queen E7. Okay.
Queen E7. Okay. Well, he wants to have that square available for the knight. Yeah, that's Black's idea.
Right.
Still very solid for Black. Still holding up on the clock.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, Radjabov is playing really fast, I should say. But his position is not the greatest. I mean, Black has a lot of potential here. And yeah, all you basically need to do is get such a winning position that you are in the position to give a repetition, like some perpetual.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
with an attack that might happen.
You can play A3 just to guard the pawn. It's kind of hard to see like a much better move than that. Maybe guard the pawn. I mean, can you go knight C5 at some point?
I would be worried about the square D3 at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably just go A3. I don't know. I think this trade is probably just too much to evaluate at this point. Like bishop takes, E takes, and but this rook is protected. So we actually have a discovery because the knight's protecting the rook.
Yeah, maybe G takes F4, so you open up the G file, and I would be worried if I was playing with the white pieces.
But he went for A3, knight D4. Now he's pretty much got to take. He's got to take, and what will Black take with? He took with the rook. And our knight's under attack, so F3 or knight C5.
Yeah. Where do you go? I mean, if you play knight C5, where's the knight heading to? It doesn't feel like it belongs there because the attention is on the king side.
Yeah, I agree. So, okay, they're getting closer on the clock. Radjabov's gotta speed up.
Yeah, and it looks like Black has the upper hand here. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it's not, it's not a very obvious position because Black can try to put the rook on D2. I mean, I can see why he's thinking for sure. Not an easy position for Radjabov. This opening didn't work out super well for him.
And now the time is more or less equal.
Yep. So queen f3. He didn't want to weaken the king, huh? Okay. Maybe he has ideas of like knight c5, but every time you move the knight, you get hit with e4. Lack of so much support for that pawn. What else are we trying to do here?
I mean, for black, it's very straightforward. You just want to push the pawns on the king side, and he needs to find a way to move the f pawn. I guess, bishop g6 is a good start, and the next move probably like king h8 or king h7, whatever you prefer. He's
playing very well, I gotta say. Really good chess. So far, he hasn't really given any chances to Radjabov to even pressure him. He's just been better from the opening, has been playing well since then. So we gotta hope that some drama appears on the board at some point.
In the final seconds, suddenly pieces are flying left and right.
Yeah, no, not easy. Not easy to figure this out. Like, you can attack the rook, it moves. A plan for white is really hard. And the thing is, like, they still have a lot of time. I kind of wish they would have had like, 4 minutes here, because then it would be more random. But with 8 minutes, it seems like it's a lot of time for Giri to figure things out. And he's even up on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a dream scenario to be in, to have the black pieces, to have those draw odds, and now being ahead on the clock. That rarely happens. I mean, of course it happens, but that's not what you're looking for when you're playing with the white pieces. Yeah, and it seemed like he was so ambitious.
Because there's actually a cool tactic here that I noticed.
Oh,
I mean, maybe it's not a winning tactic, but it's like, it does win the queen for the rook and bishop. So if I were white, I'd probably do that. And if they take with the G pawn, well, okay. I mean, that is possible as well. Our bishop wasn't really doing much. Yeah, I mean, it's not a great position either way, I gotta say. Radjabov playing that toothless draw with the white pieces to get to this Armageddon. It's just like, I don't know. What is it, just me, guys? Because I realized this a long time ago. Like, chess always rewards the fighters. It's just an axiom. I understand you can play for a draw and sometimes make a draw. But for the most part, if you look statistically, there is no better strategy in chess than just playing chess. Just pushing yourself to do it, even when you need a draw. And I mean, he got himself into the Armageddon, but you see, there's nothing for free here. Hope you got hold of better headphones that don't hurt the ears. Because I have no headphones right now, so nothing is hurting my ears, but thank you for the concern.
Yeah, I was also pretty surprised to see him being so confident about taking the white pieces when the previous game was really quickly decided into a draw. So yeah, he really needs to prove it, and I'm not sure if he is doing that right now.
Yeah, no, overall, I feel, guys, like if you've been given a chance, like he was given a free rook in that, free bishop in that game that he won a couple of games ago. And then he had the white pieces in the final closing game of the match. And that game just went nowhere. And it definitely seemed like a little bit by design. I mean, it was definitely having to do with his opening choice. I feel like if you lose, you got really no one to blame other than yourself, right? Like Sevion, I feel like Sevion, it's a different feeling. Like, Sevion did everything he could. Yes, he messed up a winning position. And yes, he could have won the last game to try to make it into Armageddon, but he did what he could. I mean, it's not perfect, but I definitely felt him trying, like, absolutely to the end,
Mm-hmm.
So from that point of view, I like his effort more, I think it'll pay off more in the long run.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. The fighting experience is really important. And it's surprising to see so many players that are willing to go for Armageddon. I would say it's very stressful. I mean, the upside here in this tournament is that they're playing on computers. I would say if the Armageddon would be over the board, I would feel much more stressed because, without increments in this format, it's really difficult off the board.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually Radjabov is just down on the clock, but I mean, it's mostly like, do you see his knight on b3? Is that not the most miserable horsey you've seen in a long time?
Oh, wait, what did he take?
Something just got captured. Okay, he's using the pin, but it's not really a big deal. I mean, first of all, even if they take
Bishop b2, yeah, that's on the board.
Fine. Yeah, black is just winning this pawn. I mean, black is better, and he's up on the clock, and he only needs a draw. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yeah, can't take those draws with the white pieces, guys.
Yeah, I mean, this looks, I mean, obviously, Anish is winning here, I would say, like, much better position, but this should be very easy to hold, to make a draw, I mean.
Yeah, just take on a3. Take on b4. I mean, it's just like impossible to lose with that kind of bishop, right? Okay, well, when I say impossible, yeah.
I've seen it before in this game.
Yeah,
in this match.
Still a little tricky. It's still a little tricky. Like if I let you take and who knows, get my rooks in. So, and
yeah, I guess the best you can get out of there.
Here. There is a line, but this is a tricky line. I don't know if he's gonna find this one where he like takes there. And on this move makes the amazing move, king f8. Like, would you guys find that? Leaving your bishop hanging, but because the rook is hanging? It's tricky, right? It is winning. He might find it, but it's the kind of thing that is not so common. So he's going to need to think a little bit.
Yeah, and Radjabov is actually in Belgrade, so he's not in Toronto. There's 5 players in Toronto, but Radjabov and Andreikin and Nihal Sarin were the ones that are in Belgrade, and now it's one less because Andreikin is knocked out. Yeah,
so Timur is not in Toronto, DJ. He is in Belgrade. And also where Nihal Sarin was playing from and Andreikin. So it's a little unfortunate, as Hikaru mentioned, that the tournament is split up between these two locations. Yeah. So you're going to have a couple of people in Toronto, then you're going to have Nihal Sarin in Belgrade, and it kind of makes them also, I guess, keep a whole site open just for one person, which is, maybe not the most efficient thing.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, Hikaru is facing the ones that are in Toronto. Duda was in Toronto, and tomorrow he'll be facing Wesley So, who's in Toronto. So that's pretty interesting.
Oh, Toronto.
Toronto,
so
okay.
Toronto.
Thank you. Noted.
Almost like Torino, right? Am I pronouncing that one right? That's where Torino. Yeah. Okay, wait, we got moves, guys. I'm sorry, I fell behind. He went for this. Oops, wait. Yeah, he pretty much found it. Yeah, I mean, he didn't do the check, but he got the idea because there is a check in the end. Wow, he's taking this game. He's up in exchange, and well, Timur has got nothing to write home about, but, of course, there's always a chance like someone blunders, but it's just not very big. Oh, wow, there's a beautiful tactic. F3, G3, rook takes, match over. I think he's going to find it. He definitely can find it.
Yeah, and resignation right after F3. Wow, Anish Giri is advancing to the semifinals.
Yeah, well, nice job, Anish. I think he handled this final Armageddon game just so well. He got a hug from somebody. I don't know who was giving him that big hug. That person was in the dark.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, definitely disappointing, guys, for Radjabov.
He had a really good comeback. He had some really good games today. So the fact that it came all the way down to Armageddon, I think he should have gone for the best with the white pieces in the last game, where he went for an early, quick draw. So yeah, Anish will be facing Nihal Sarin tomorrow. So that's going to be an interesting match. Oh, it was Danny? Yeah. Oh.
So we've got basically 4 semifinalists, guys. We got Hikaru versus Wesley and Giri versus Nihal Sarin. It's just down to 4. Yeah, I feel like Radjabov just had a great comeback. He came in today down. How many games was he down today? Was it 1 or 2? I feel like it was maybe
Radjabov?
1. He was down 1, right?
He was down 1, but Anish won the 5th game. So
he was
basically
down
2. Yeah.
Down 2, and he
won 2 in a row.
He won 2 in a row. Yeah, amazing.
He should have continued the streak instead of making it a draw. But I guess, I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's really easy to talk about it in hindsight. Like, yeah, why did you go for that? A draw and so on. But it may just have turned the things around and made it the other way around instead. So, yeah, he had a really nice comeback.
Yeah, he had a nice comeback. Nihal Sarin had a nice comeback. So I think we saw some excitement in these matches. At least one of them went to Armageddon, right? Which is always a bit of a treat. Although I feel like this game overall, because it was handled so well by Giri, it was definitely like lacking fireworks, right? We never got that sense like, oh, Giri's under pressure in any way, like not on the clock, not on the board. The opening choice, it just didn't work out for Radjabov. Giri just, effortlessly got himself into a decent game as black. And then just, Radjabov couldn't make any headway. He was worse. So it wasn't the most exciting Armageddon, but we did get to see it, guys. And I guess we're going to wrap up our coverage for the day. So we're done with the quarterfinals at the Global Chess Championships. We've got 2 more days of chess. We've got more than 2 days of chess. Wait, it's going on for a while. The last round is actually finishing on the 7th. So that's a Monday. We got, let me count that, 4 days of chess. Wait, no, 3 days of chess. Right?
Yeah, we got a lot of chess still
it's actually
upcoming.
4 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Yeah. I'm so sorry, guys. My math skills so poor. But yeah, no, guys, on Mondays, that's 4 days. Like I just forgot what day it was. So lots more chess for you to watch as Hikaru tries to become the global chess champion to win the $200,000 first prize. First, he's got to overcome Wesley So, who's also a really good rapid player. And you guys are going to be enjoying great commentary by Benjamin and Anamai. I think you're going to be coming back as well.
I will be coming back indeed. Tomorrow we'll have Benjamin Bach and Alexandra Ostrovsky, the one and only Man Vunovic. You may know him as one of Levy's best friends. So it's going to be very exciting. We are going to raid Benjamin, so make sure to show him some love and support, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much, Irene. It was a pleasure commentating with you again.
Same here,
hope to do it sometime soon again.
Yeah, we'll see you guys soon. And, be back tomorrow for the coverage of the semifinals.
Thank you, guys.